Welcome, gentle soul, to a moonlit journey through shadows and sorrow, where cherry blossoms fall like tears and ancient wounds echo through time. Tonight, we walk the painful paths that shape the hearts of heroes and demons alike, understanding that every blade carries the weight of loss, every breath bears the burden of memory. In the world of demon slayers, tragedy births strength, and suffering forges compassion. So settle beneath your covers, like morning mist in mountain valleys, and let these stories of heartbreak and resilience carry you into peaceful slumber, knowing that, even in deepest darkness, the human spirit endures. Welcome to the gentle tragedy of Mitsuri Kanroji, whose story unfolds like cherry blossoms in an unexpected storm. Beautiful, delicate, yet possessing strength that defied every assumption the world dared make about her nature. In the mountains where tradition flowed as steadily as mountain streams, where expectations were carved into stone, as immutable as the peaks themselves, there lived a child whose very existence challenged the comfortable boundaries that society had drawn around what it meant to be feminine, what it meant to be acceptable, what it meant to deserve love without conditions or compromise. Born into the Kanroji family during the quiet hours before dawn, when the world balanced between night and day in perfect harmony, Mitsuri entered life with gifts that would prove both blessing and burden in ways that her loving parents could never have anticipated. The midwife who attended her birth remarked upon the unusual strength of her grip, the way tiny fingers could clutch with force that seemed impossible for someone so newly arrived in the world, yet dismissed these observations as the fanciful exaggerations that often accompanied the miracle of new life in households where hope had been carefully cultivated through months of patient waiting. Her childhood unfolded within walls that echoed with laughter, and the gentle sounds of family life proceeding according to rhythms that had been established through generations of Kanroji ancestors who had found contentment in Kanroji ancestors. Simplicity, prosperity in hard work, and joy in the small daily miracles that most people overlooked in their pursuit of grander achievements. The house where Mitsuri learned to walk, to speak, to understand her place in the intricate web of family relationships, represented sanctuary, where love was expressed through actions rather than declarations, where acceptance was assumed rather than earned, where differences were celebrated rather than corrected. The first signs of her unusual nature manifested gradually, like morning mist, revealing itself across familiar landscapes, transforming the ordinary into something that demanded closer attention and deeper consideration. Her appetite, which had seemed merely healthy during infancy, began to exceed anything her parents had witnessed in their other children, requiring provisions that strained household budgets while creating concern about whether such consumption patterns represented normal development or symptoms of some underlying condition that medical knowledge of the era was inadequate to diagnose or address. But more remarkable than her capacity for food was the strength that revealed itself through countless small incidents that accumulated over months and years into undeniable evidence that their daughter possessed physical capabilities that existed far beyond the normal range of human potential. The wooden toys that splintered in her grasp during innocent play, the furniture that shifted when she leaned against it with what should have been negligible force, the effortless way she could lift objects that should have required adult assistance. Each occurrence created new questions while challenging assumptions that her parents had never thought to examine or doubt. Her muscle density, as they would eventually understand through medical consultation, exceeded normal human parameters by margins that made her physical capabilities comparable to those of adult men. Despite her delicate appearance and feminine mannerisms that seemed to contradict every visual cue about what such strength should look like when manifested in human form. The contrast between her gentle nature and her supernatural physical gifts created cognitive dissonance that would follow her throughout childhood and into adolescence, affecting not only her own self-perception, but the reactions of everyone who encountered evidence of her true capabilities. The loving family environment that surrounded her during these formative years provided foundation of acceptance and support that would prove essential for maintaining psychological health, despite the social challenges that her unusual nature would inevitably create. Her parents approached her differences with the same matter-of-fact affection they showed toward all their children's individual characteristics, treating her strength as simply another aspect of her personality rather than abnormality that required correction or concealment, creating an atmosphere of normalcy that allowed her to develop confidence and self-worth, despite growing awareness that she differed significantly from other children. Her siblings embraced her uniqueness with the easy acceptance that characterizes childhood relationships before social conditioning teaches discrimination and judgment, incorporating her unusual capabilities into their games and daily activities without the self-consciousness that would later plague adult interactions. The wrestling matches where she could defeat older brothers without effort, the household tasks where she could accomplish in minutes what should have required hours of family cooperation, the spontaneous demonstrations of strength that became sources of wonder rather than embarrassment, all contributed to family mythology that celebrated rather than stigmatized the gifts that made her special. The community that surrounded their household during her early years maintained the kind of rural Japanese social structure where individual differences were often viewed through lens of practical utility rather than abstract social conformity, creating environment where unusual capabilities could be appreciated for their potential contributions rather than criticized for their departure from established norms. The neighbors who witnessed Mitsuri's demonstrations of strength often responded with admiration and curiosity rather than suspicion or disapproval, recognizing that such gifts could prove valuable for community welfare in ways that conventional feminine accomplishments might not address. Yet, even within this relatively accepting environment, subtle signs of the challenges that would eventually overwhelm her began to emerge during interactions with people whose worldviews had been shaped by more rigid expectations about gender roles and social propriety. The casual comments about how unusual it was for a girl to possess such strength, the suggestions that she should learn to moderate her capabilities for the sake of social harmony, the gentle but persistent pressure to develop interests and skills that aligned more closely with traditional feminine pursuits, all planted seeds of self-consciousness that would eventually grow into profound insecurity about her essential nature. The education that her parents provided emphasized intellectual development alongside physical training, recognizing that her unusual gifts required knowledge and wisdom to be channeled constructively rather than becoming sources of conflict or destruction. They taught her to read and write with the same dedication they showed toward helping her understand her own strength, creating foundation of learning that would enable her to analyze and articulate her experiences in ways that purely physical education could never provide, giving her tools for self-reflection that would prove essential for navigating the complex social challenges that awaited her. Her appetite, which had initially been simply remarkable, evolved into something that bordered on the supernatural in its scope and intensity, requiring not only enormous quantities of food, but specific types of nutrition that seemed to correspond to the energy demands created by her enhanced muscle density and accelerated metabolism. The family meals that had once been occasions for comfortable conversation became logistical challenges that required careful planning and significant financial resources, Yet her parents approached these requirements with the same patient acceptance they showed toward all aspects of raising their extraordinary daughter. The cooking skills that Mitsuri developed in response to her unusual dietary needs represented both practical necessity and creative outlet, as she learned to prepare the quantities and varieties of food that her body required, while discovering genuine pleasure in the artistry and science of culinary creation. Her relationship with food transcended simple consumption to encompass appreciation for flavors, textures, and combinations that reflected her enhanced sensory capabilities, creating expertise that would eventually become source of joy and connection with others who shared her passion for exceptional cuisine. The physical training that became part of her daily routine emerged naturally from recognition that her strength required discipline and control to prevent accidental damage to people or property during normal interactions, yet also reflected understanding that such remarkable gifts carried responsibilities that casual approach could never adequately address. Her parents sought instruction from martial arts masters and traditional teachers whose knowledge could provide frameworks for channeling her capabilities constructively, while developing the mental discipline that would enable her to function safely within normal social contexts. The breathing techniques and meditation practices that accompanied this physical education planted early seeds of the total concentration methods that would later prove essential for her career as demon slayer, though at the time, they seemed simply practical approaches to managing energy and maintaining focus during activities that tested the limits of her extraordinary capabilities. The daily rituals of controlled movement, conscious breathing, and mindful attention to internal energy flows created habits that would serve her throughout life while providing psychological anchor points during periods of stress or uncertainty. As adolescence approached and social expectations began to shift toward considerations of marriage and adult responsibilities, the challenges associated with Mitsuri's unusual nature became more pronounced and psychologically difficult to navigate with the same easy confidence that had characterized her childhood experiences. The prospect of finding a husband who could accept and appreciate her differences created anxiety that had never existed during earlier periods when her uniqueness had been source of family pride rather than potential obstacle to achieving conventional happiness. The marriage meetings that began to characterize this phase of her life represented systematic encounters with social expectations that had no framework for accommodating someone whose nature defied easy categorization or comfortable acceptance. The young men and their families who were presented as potential partners approached these interactions with assumptions about feminine behavior and capabilities that made meaningful connection impossible when confronted with evidence of strength and appetite that exceeded their most generous estimates of what women should possess or desire. The rejection that followed each of these encounters carried weight that accumulated over time into crushing burden of self-doubt and social isolation. As Mitsuri began to internalize messages about her inadequacy that contradicted everything her loving family had taught her about self-worth and personal value, the specific criticisms varied from meeting to meeting, but the underlying theme remained consistent. She was too much, too strong, too hungry, too different to serve the social function that marriage was expected to fulfill within traditional Japanese society of the Taisho era. The most devastating of these rejections came accompanied by explicit advice about changes she would need to make if she hoped to find acceptance and happiness within conventional social structures. Recommendations that struck at the core of her identity while demanding abandonment of everything that made her unique and remarkable. The suggestion that she should learn to eat smaller portions, to hide her strength, to present herself as helpless and dependent, despite her obvious capabilities, represented assault on her fundamental nature that created internal conflict between authentic self-expression and social survival. The decision to attempt conformity through artificial modification of her appearance and behavior represented desperate attempt to purchase acceptance through self-denial, abandoning the celebration of difference that had characterized her upbringing in favor of performance designed to meet expectations that felt foreign and uncomfortable. The black hair dye that concealed her natural salmon pink coloring symbolized broader concealment of essential characteristics that made her who she was, creating visual representation of the psychological violence she was inflicting upon herself in pursuit of conventional happiness. The months during which she maintained this deception created internal tension that affected every aspect of her daily life, as the constant performance of weakness and conventional appetite required exhausting levels of self-monitoring and restraint that left little energy for genuine self-expression or personal growth. The hunger that she forced herself to suppress became physical manifestation of broader emotional starvation, as denying her body's needs paralleled the denial of her spirit's requirements for authenticity and acceptance. The social interactions that occurred during this period of artificial conformity provided hollow simulation of acceptance rather than genuine connection, as the interest she attracted was directed toward the false persona she had created rather than the remarkable person she actually was beneath the performance. The young men who expressed interest in the modified version of herself were drawn to qualities she did not actually possess while remaining ignorant of the extraordinary gifts she was desperately trying to hide, creating relationships built on foundations too weak to support lasting happiness or mutual understanding. The psychological cost of maintaining this deception grew heavier with each passing day, as the gap between authentic self and social performance widened into chasm that threatened to consume her sense of identity entirely. The mirror that reflected her artificially darkened hair and carefully restrained behavior showed stranger whose connection to her true nature became increasingly tenuous, creating existential crisis that forced reconsideration of what acceptance was worth if it required complete abandonment of essential self. The revelation that eventually freed her from this self-imposed prison came through encounter with Demon Slayer Recruiter, whose recognition of her potential provided alternative framework for understanding how her unusual gifts might serve purposes that conventional society had never contemplated or valued. The suggestion that strength like hers could be channeled toward protection of innocent people rather than hidden from potential marriage partners represented paradigm shift that transformed perceived burden into precious resource whose value extended far beyond personal happiness to encompass service that could benefit entire communities. The decision to abandon her artificial conformity in favor of authentic self-expression required courage that she had been gradually losing during months of self-denial, yet also represented return to values and self-acceptance that her loving family had instilled during childhood years, when difference had been celebrated rather than stigmatized. The removal of black hair dye that revealed her natural coloring felt like emergence from cocoon that had confined her spirit, allowing true colors to shine forth, despite social disapproval that such revelation might provoke. The training that prepared her for life as Demon Slayer provided framework for channeling her extraordinary physical gifts toward purposes that society could recognize as valuable and heroic, transforming characteristics that had been sources of romantic rejection into qualifications for work that required exactly the combination of strength, determination, and compassion that she possessed in abundance. The breathing techniques that enhanced her natural capabilities while providing focus for combat applications felt like logical extension of disciplines she had been developing throughout her life. Familiar territory that welcomed her gifts rather than demanding their suppression. The core that accepted her as Hashira provided community of individuals whose own unusual characteristics and dedication to protective service created environment where difference was asset rather than liability, where strength was appreciated rather than feared, where appetites that exceeded normal parameters were understood as natural consequences of enhanced capabilities rather than evidence of inappropriate desires. The recognition that her colleagues offered for her abilities and contributions represented validation that she had never received from conventional society despite years of attempting to earn such acceptance through conformity. The Love Hashira title that she earned through dedicated service reflected not only her combat capabilities, but the philosophy that guided her approach to demon-slaying work, as she channeled personal experiences of rejection and acceptance into motivation for protecting others from supernatural threats that could destroy families and communities without regard for individual differences or social standing. Her understanding of how painful exclusion could be translated into fierce determination to ensure that others would not suffer similar losses due to circumstances beyond their control. The missions that filled her days as active Hashira provided opportunities to demonstrate how strength could serve love rather than threatening it, how unusual capabilities could protect rather than intimidate, how differences that seemed like obstacles in conventional contexts could become advantages when properly understood and channeled toward appropriate objectives. The demons that fell to her blade discovered too late that underestimating her based on her gentle appearance and feminine presentation represented fatal tactical error, as her physical capabilities exceeded anything their supernatural senses had anticipated or prepared them to counter. The relationship she built with fellow demon slayers reflected mutual respect and appreciation that had been absent from her romantic pursuits, as her colleagues valued her contributions, while understanding that her differences made her more effective rather than less suitable for the demanding work they shared. The acceptance she found within core structure provided foundation for personal growth that had been impossible during her period of attempted conformity, allowing authentic self-expression while contributing to causes greater than individual happiness or social approval. Yet even within this accepting environment, traces of her earlier pain remained visible in moments of vulnerability when old insecurities surfaced. Despite professional success and collegial appreciation, revealing how deeply rejection had affected her self-perception despite the evidence of her value and capabilities that surrounded her daily life as protecting Hashira. The gentle melancholy that occasionally shadowed her enthusiastic exterior reflected ongoing struggle to completely internalize lessons about self-worth that her experiences had taught her, demonstrating how psychological wounds could persist even after circumstances had changed dramatically for the better. Her approach to romantic relationships remained complicated by memories of earlier rejections and fear that authentic self-expression might provoke similar responses from potential partners, creating hesitation about vulnerability that protected her from further pain, while potentially preventing connections that might have developed into genuine affection and mutual understanding. The strength that served her so well in combat situations felt like potential obstacle in intimate contexts, where conventional dynamics expected different distributions of power and capability between partners. The wisdom that emerged from her journey between rejection and acceptance became gifts she could offer to others who struggled with similar challenges about authenticity versus conformity, as her experiences provided practical demonstration that self-denial in pursuit of social approval ultimately created more suffering than maintaining boundaries that honored essential nature while seeking appropriate contexts for expression and contribution. Her story became testament to possibility that acceptance could be found without sacrificing core identity, though the path between these extremes might require patience, courage, and willingness to seek communities whose values aligned with individual truth rather than demanding conformity to external expectations. And so Mitsuri Kanroji's tale teaches us that true strength lies not in hiding our differences, but in finding places where they can bloom without shame. That love worth having celebrates rather than diminishes what makes us unique, and that the most profound acceptance comes not from changing ourselves to meet others' expectations, but from discovering communities where our authentic gifts can serve purposes greater than personal comfort or conventional success. Welcome to the tender tragedy of Zenitsu Agatsuma, whose story unfolds like autumn leaves caught in mountain wind, beautiful in their vulnerability, yet destined to fall again and again. Despite their desperate desire to find solid ground where love might take root and flourish without deception or betrayal. In a world where kindness was often mistaken for weakness, and gentle hearts were viewed as opportunities for exploitation rather than treasures to be cherished and protected, there lived a young man whose capacity for love would become both his greatest gift and his most devastating vulnerability. Born beneath skies that promised nothing but delivered everything necessary for survival, Zenitsu entered the world with a nature so fundamentally trusting that even the harsh lessons of experience would never completely erode his belief that somewhere, somehow, genuine affection might be possible between human hearts that had learned to look beyond surface appearances toward the deeper truths that connected souls across the artificial barriers that society had constructed to separate people into categories of worthy and unworthy, acceptable and shameful, lovable and destined for solitude. His childhood unfolded within circumstances that provided adequate physical care while failing to develop the psychological defenses that more cynical environments might have fostered, creating foundation of emotional openness that would serve him well in relationships built on mutual respect and authentic affection, while leaving him catastrophically unprepared for encounters with individuals whose motivations were guided by calculation rather than genuine feeling. The family environment that shaped his early understanding of human interaction emphasized cooperation and mutual support without adequately addressing the reality that not everyone approached relationships with similar sincerity or honorable intentions. The education he received during these formative years focused on traditional subjects and conventional skills, while neglecting the more practical wisdom that might have equipped him to recognize manipulation and deception when they appeared disguised as romantic interest and feminine charm. His teachers, well-meaning but perhaps naive themselves, presented idealized versions of human relationships that emphasized trust and devotion without providing adequate warning about the predatory behaviors that could exploit such virtues for selfish gain at the expense of innocent hearts that had never learned to question apparent sincerity. The transition from childhood innocence to adult romantic awareness occurred gradually, like dawn breaking over familiar landscapes that suddenly revealed previously hidden dangers and opportunities that demanded navigation skills he had never been taught to develop or employ. His first encounters with feminine attention created intoxicating sense of possibility and validation that his gentle nature had been craving throughout years of feeling inadequate compared to more aggressive or conventionally masculine peers whose confidence seemed to attract admiration that his own approach to social interaction had never generated. The pattern that would define his romantic disasters began with approaches from women whose beauty and apparent interest created overwhelming gratitude that clouded his judgment while making him vulnerable to requests and suggestions that more experienced or suspicious minds might have questioned before agreeing to provide assistance or support. The combination of his naturally generous spirit and his desperate desire to prove himself worthy of feminine attention created perfect conditions for systematic exploitation that would drain not only his financial resources, but his confidence in his ability to distinguish between genuine affection and elaborate performance designed to extract maximum benefit from his trusting nature. The first of his 7 devastating relationships began with chance encounter that seemed to validate every romantic fantasy he had nurtured during years of observing other couples from envious distance, as her apparent fascination with his conversation and obvious appreciation for his company created illusion of mutual attraction that felt too wonderful to analyze critically or approach with healthy skepticism. Her beauty, which exceeded anything he had dared hope might be directed towards someone of his modest social standing and unremarkable appearance, created psychological pressure to prove himself worthy of such extraordinary attention through generosity and dedication that she skillfully encouraged while providing just enough reciprocal interest to maintain his desperate commitment. The financial assistance that she requested began with small amounts for seemingly legitimate purposes that appealed to his protective instincts while creating sense of importance and masculine usefulness that his ego desperately needed to, 1, feel secure in their developing relationship. The gradual escalation of these requests followed carefully orchestrated progression that increased his investment while making retreat psychologically difficult, as each additional contribution represented further evidence of his commitment, while creating sunk cost fallacy that made abandoning the relationship feel like admitting that all previous sacrifices had been meaningless waste rather than necessary investment in shared future. The emotional manipulation that accompanied these financial extractions involved carefully calibrated mixture of gratitude, affection, and subtle pressure that kept him constantly off balance while maintaining hope that greater intimacy and commitment lay just beyond the next demonstration of his devotion and reliability. Her ability to alternate between warmth that made him feel valued and distance that created anxiety about losing her represented sophisticated psychological control that exploited his insecurities while preventing him from developing realistic expectations about reciprocal treatment or appropriate relationship boundaries. The isolation that gradually developed around their relationship reflected her systematic effort to separate him from friends and family members, whose outside perspectives might have provided reality checks that could threaten her control over his perceptions and decision-making processes. The subtle criticisms of his social connections, the scheduling conflicts that prevented him from maintaining other relationships, the creation of emotional crises that demanded his complete attention during times when he might otherwise have sought advice or support, all contributed to an environment where her version of reality became his only source of information about whether his experiences were normal or appropriate. The physical intimacy that he craved remained perpetually just out of reach, dangled as reward for continued financial support, while never quite being delivered in ways that might have satisfied his emotional needs or provided foundation for genuine relationship development. Her explanations for this distance involved elaborate stories about personal history, cultural obligations, or timing concerns that sounded reasonable, while serving to maintain psychological leverage that kept him hoping and striving for connection that was never intended to materialize on terms that would have provided him with actual satisfaction or emotional fulfillment. The debt that accumulated through this first relationship represented not only financial burden, but psychological trauma that affected his self-perception and future interactions, as the eventual revelation of her true nature forced recognition that his judgment about human character was fundamentally flawed. While his approach to romantic relationships was naive to a degree that made him vulnerable to systematic exploitation, the amount of money involved, while substantial by the standards of his modest income, was less significant than the educational value of discovering how completely he had misunderstood the situation and misread every signal that he had interpreted as evidence of developing mutual affection. The second relationship that followed this devastating introduction to romantic deception began before he had fully processed the lessons of his first experience, as his desperate need to believe that genuine love was possible made him vulnerable to similar manipulation by women whose approach varied in details while following identical underlying strategy of creating emotional dependency that could be monetized through systematic extraction of resources that he could not afford to lose. The pattern of beautiful attention, followed by gradually increasing requests for financial assistance, played out with minor variations that reflected individual personality differences while achieving identical results that left him poorer in both material and emotional terms. The recognition that began to develop after repeated experiences of identical outcomes created internal conflict between his desire to trust and hope versus accumulating evidence that his approach to romantic relationships was producing consistent failure that threatened his financial stability, while providing no corresponding benefits in terms of emotional connection or physical intimacy. The cognitive dissonance between what he wanted to believe about love and relationships versus what his experience was teaching him about his own vulnerability and the prevalence of predatory behavior created psychological stress that affected his ability to function effectively in other areas of life while making recovery from each disappointment more difficult. The third and fourth relationships followed patterns so similar to their predecessors that their individual details blurred together into collective experience of systematic betrayal that challenged his fundamental assumptions about human nature, while forcing recognition that his personal characteristics, which he had always viewed as virtues, made him ideal target for individuals whose approach to relationships prioritized extraction over connection. The beautiful faces that had initially seemed like blessings began to feel like warnings that his unconscious mind was learning to recognize, even as his conscious desires continued to override prudent caution in favor of optimistic hope. The mounting debt that resulted from these serial disasters began to affect practical aspects of his daily life, as the financial obligations that he had accumulated exceeded his ability to meet through normal income, creating a cascade of secondary problems that included damaged relationships with merchants and service providers whose trust he had violated through inability to honor commitments that had seemed reasonable when undertaken in expectation of romantic happiness that never materialized. The social embarrassment of financial irresponsibility added shame to heartbreak while making it difficult to seek help or advice from friends whose support he desperately needed but felt too humiliated to request. The fifth and sixth relationships represented attempts to apply lessons learned from previous failures, while maintaining hope that some variation in his approach might produce different outcomes. Yet, his fundamental nature remained unchanged, while his partners continued to follow similar exploitation strategies that proved effective regardless of his increased wariness or attempts to establish better boundaries. The desperation that drove him to continue seeking romantic connection, despite accumulated evidence of his vulnerability, reflected psychological needs that were stronger than rational analysis, while making him easy target for women whose experience had taught them to identify and exploit precisely the combination of loneliness, generosity, and naive optimism that he embodied. The seventh and final relationship that completed his romantic education represented culmination of pattern that had consumed years of his life while accumulating debt that approached 600,000 yen, sum that exceeded anything reasonable person of his social class could hope to repay through conventional means within any realistic time frame. The woman who concluded his series of disasters possessed beauty and charm that exceeded her predecessors, while demonstrating sophistication in manipulation that made his previous exploiters seem like amateurs by comparison, as she orchestrated emotional and financial extraction that left him not only impoverished, but psychologically devastated to a degree that recovery seemed impossible. The final recognition that none of these relationships had ever involved genuine affection or physical intimacy struck him with force that went beyond simple disappointment into a realm of existential crisis that challenged his understanding of his own worth and his place in a world where relationships were apparently governed by economic calculation rather than emotional connection. The realization that he had never been permitted even to hold hands with any of these women, despite the enormous sacrifices he had made for their benefit, created sense of complete failure that extended beyond romantic realm into broader questions about his fundamental adequacy as human being, capable of earning love or respect. The psychological aftermath of these experiences created defensive patterns that would affect his future interactions with all women, as his unconscious mind developed hypervigilance and anxiety responses that served to protect him from further exploitation, while making genuine connection more difficult when authentic opportunities might eventually arise. The trembling and fearful behavior that became his trademark represented trauma responses rather than innate cowardice, though the distinction was lost on observers who interpreted his nervous energy as evidence of general inadequacy rather than specific damage caused by systematic emotional abuse. The debt that remained after his romantic education was complete represented burden that would have crushed someone with less resilience or different priorities, yet also served as constant reminder of lessons learned about human nature and his own vulnerability that would influence every subsequent relationship and decision. The 600,000 yen that he owed in modern currency equivalent represented approximately $4,000, sum that, while substantial, was less significant than the psychological price he had paid for education that could never be unlearned or forgotten. The practical implications of this financial burden created pressure that affected his daily life through constant worry about creditors and obligations, while limiting his options for future planning that might have included considerations of marriage or family formation under more favorable circumstances. The shame associated with his situation made it difficult to maintain social relationships or seek employment opportunities that might have provided pathways toward recovery, as his reputation for financial irresponsibility preceded him into contexts where trust and reliability were essential qualifications for success. The social isolation that resulted from his financial difficulties was compounded by emotional withdrawal that reflected his learned wariness about trusting others with information that might be used against him, creating a cycle of loneliness that reinforced his original vulnerability, while making it unlikely that he would receive support or guidance that might help him avoid future disasters. The friends and family members who might have provided reality checks during his romantic pursuits became sources of judgment and disappointment afterward, as their obvious disapproval of his choices made him reluctant to seek their assistance or advice. The Demon Slayer training that eventually provided escape from this cycle of debt and despair offered structured environment where his natural fighting abilities could be developed, while his personal history remained largely irrelevant to his value as potential core member, creating opportunity for redemption that conventional society had been unwilling to provide. The breathing techniques and combat training demanded focus and discipline that left little time for dwelling on past failures, while building confidence and competence in areas where his unusual talents could be appreciated rather than exploited. The irony that someone so vulnerable to feminine manipulation possessed supernatural combat abilities that could protect others from demonic threats reflected complicated relationship between different types of strength and vulnerability that made him simultaneously powerful and defenseless, depending on context and type of challenge he faced. The thunder-breathing techniques that emerged during life-threatening situations demonstrated capabilities that his conscious mind could not access during normal social interactions, creating internal contradiction that he never fully understood or resolved. The ongoing psychological effects of his romantic disasters continued to influence his behavior and relationships long after he had begun training as Demon Slayer, as his desperate desire for feminine validation competed with learned caution about trusting female attention or accepting surface presentations of interest and affection. The compulsive proposals and exaggerated reactions to female presence represented attempts to overcome past trauma through future success, while demonstrating how completely his romantic failures had shaped his self-concept and social behavior patterns. And so Zenitsu Agatsuma's story reminds us that kindness without wisdom can become vulnerability that invites exploitation, that trust without discernment can lead to devastating betrayal, and that the price of romantic education can sometimes exceed what gentle hearts can afford to pay, while still maintaining their essential nature and capacity for future love. Welcome to the most harrowing childhood ever recorded in the annals of human suffering, where innocence was caged like a songbird meant for sacrifice, where love was perverted into preparation for death, and where a boy's entire existence served as offering to supernatural evil that his family worshipped with devotion that exceeded any normal understanding of religious faith or cultural tradition. The story of Obanai Iguro begins in darkness so complete that even demons might have shown mercy, yet continues through trials that would have broken spirits far stronger than that of a child who knew nothing of the world beyond his prison walls. In the remote mountains where ancient traditions persisted long after civilization had moved beyond such primitive practices, where family bloodlines carried curses that stretched back through centuries of accumulated sin and supernatural bargains that bound descendants to obligations they had never chosen to accept, there existed a clan whose worship of serpentine evil had created customs so twisted that neighboring communities whispered about them only in hushed tones during darkest nights, when speaking such truths aloud felt like inviting similar curses upon themselves and their innocent children. The Iguro family compound occupied terrain that seemed naturally suited for concealing activities that civilized society would never have tolerated or permitted, its buildings arranged according to principles that served supernatural requirements rather than human comfort, its grounds maintained not for beauty or practical function, but for purposes that became clear only when viewed through lens of religious devotion that prioritized demonic satisfaction over every consideration of human welfare or moral obligation that normally governed family relationships and community standards. The serpent demon that served as object of clan worship possessed power and malevolence that had been cultivated through generations of systematic feeding and careful appeasement, its appetite for human flesh satisfied through offerings that the family provided with regularity that spoke to arrangements made so long ago that their origins had been forgotten while their obligations remained binding upon each new generation of descendants who inherited responsibilities they could neither escape nor fully understand until it became their turn to contribute to maintenance of bargains that predated their birth. The women who dominated clan leadership had developed customs and rituals that governed every aspect of daily life according to supernatural requirements that left no room for personal preference or individual conscience. Their authority derived not from wisdom or compassion, but from knowledge of ceremonies and obligations that ensured continued demon protection in exchange for sacrifices that they viewed as necessary investments in family survival, rather than moral abominations that violated every principle of human decency and parental responsibility. For 370 years, this pattern of demon worship and human sacrifice had continued without interruption, each generation producing daughters who could serve as priestesses and intermediaries while contributing periodically to feeding requirements that maintained supernatural alliance, yet never producing male children whose different role in demonic hierarchy would have complicated established routines and required modifications to traditions that had achieved stability through centuries of careful maintenance. Gradual refinement. The birth of Obanai represented disruption to these long-established patterns that created both opportunity and crisis for clan leadership, who recognized immediately that male children carried different significance within demonic worship systems, while offering potential advantages that female offerings could never provide, yet also requiring preparations and accommodations that their experience had never equipped them to implement with confidence, that appropriate standards would be maintained throughout extended preparation periods. The decision to preserve and prepare him for eventual offering to their serpent patron reflected calculations that balanced potential benefits against risks associated with deviation from proven methods. As clan elders recognized that male sacrifice might purchase greater favor and protection, while also acknowledging that mistakes in preparation or timing could result in demonic wrath that would destroy their family entirely, rather than simply requiring replacement offerings to restore supernatural equilibrium that their survival depended upon maintaining. The cage that became his entire world during childhood represented both protection and preparation, designed to preserve his physical condition while preventing contamination by outside influences that might compromise his suitability for eventual sacrifice. Its dimensions calculated to allow necessary movement and development, while ensuring complete isolation from experiences that might foster independent thinking or emotional attachments that could complicate final ceremonies when his moment of service arrived. The construction of this prison reflected understanding of human psychology that the clan had developed through centuries of preparing offerings for their demon patron. Its features designed to maintain physical health while preventing psychological development that might enable resistance or escape when the time came for him to fulfill the purpose that had justified his preservation throughout years of careful maintenance and systematic conditioning designed to ensure compliance with requirements that admitted no alternatives. The daily routine that governed his existence within this confined space followed schedules that balanced necessary care with deliberate limitation, providing adequate nutrition and basic hygiene, while denying stimulation or companionship that might have fostered normal human development or created emotional connections that could motivate attempts at rebellion against fate that had been predetermined before his birth and would be fulfilled, regardless of his personal preferences or desires for different outcomes. The women who supervised his care approached their duties with mixture of tenderness and detachment that reflected their understanding of his ultimate purpose, providing necessary physical maintenance while avoiding emotional bonding that would make eventual sacrifice more difficult for them to facilitate when religious obligations required abandonment of maternal instincts in favor of supernatural devotion that took precedence over human feeling or natural protective urges that might otherwise have motivated rescue attempts. The food that was provided followed specifications that maintained optimal physical condition, while limiting quantities to prevent growth patterns that might affect his suitability for ceremonial purposes. Each meal calculated to sustain life and health, while ensuring that his body developed according to requirements that had been established through consultation with supernatural forces whose preferences determined every aspect of his treatment and preparation for eventual presentation as offering. The isolation that characterized his daily experience prevented development of social skills or emotional connections that might have provided psychological resources for coping with his situation, leaving him completely dependent upon clan members for information about his purpose, while creating vulnerability to manipulation and control that made resistance unlikely, even if opportunities for escape had presented themselves during vulnerable moments when security measures might have been relaxed. The education that he received focused exclusively on religious instruction about demon worship and his special role within clan traditions, teaching him to view his fate as honor rather than horror, while ensuring that his understanding of outside world remained limited to information that supported acceptance of sacrificial destiny rather than inspiring dreams of alternative possibilities that might motivate attempts to alter arrangements that had been made before his birth. The serpent imagery that dominated his environment served to familiarize him with symbols and associations that would be important during final ceremonies, while creating psychological conditioning that made serpentine elements feel natural and appropriate rather than threatening or alien, gradually building comfort and acceptance that would facilitate cooperation when his moment of service arrived and supernatural transformation began according to demonic preferences and established ritual requirements. The isolation from normal human interaction prevented him from developing emotional attachments or social relationships that might have provided alternative perspectives on his situation or motivated resistance based on loyalty to people outside his clan whose welfare might have seemed more important than religious obligations that he had been taught to accept as unchangeable aspects of reality rather than choices that could be questioned or refused. The physical conditioning that accompanied his daily routine maintained strength and flexibility that would be necessary for surviving initial phases of sacrificial transformation, while ensuring that his body remained suitable for supernatural consumption or modification according to demonic preferences that had been communicated through centuries of ritual interaction and systematic experimentation with different offering preparations and presentation methods. The ceremonies that he was required to observe from his cage provided education about ritualistic procedures and supernatural manifestations that would be part of his eventual experience, while creating familiarity with demonic presence and activities that might otherwise have been traumatic or overwhelming when encountered during his own sacrificial transformation, gradually building tolerance and acceptance of supernatural elements that normal humans would have found terrifying. The scarring ritual that carved his mouth into permanent serpentine configuration represented both preparation and marking that identified him as designated offering, while creating physical modification that pleased their demon patron, and Dayami demonstrated clan commitment to fulfilling their obligations, according to supernatural specifications that admitted no compromise or deviation from established procedures that had proven effective throughout centuries of systematic sacrifice and ritual appeasement. The pain that accompanied this disfigurement was explained as necessary purification that prepared him for greater honor of serving supernatural purposes that transcended human understanding. His suffering reframed as privilege rather than abuse, while creating physical reminder of his special status and ultimate destiny that would be visible throughout remaining years of preparation and would facilitate recognition by supernatural forces when his moment of service finally arrived. The recovery period that followed this marking provided opportunity for psychological conditioning that emphasized his transformed status and increasing proximity to fulfillment of purposes that had justified his entire existence, his altered appearance serving as constant reminder that normal human life was no longer possible, while supernatural service offered only path toward meaning and significance that his birth had predetermined rather than chosen. The years that passed within this confined existence blurred together into monotonous routine of basic survival and religious instruction that prevented normal childhood development, while ensuring that his understanding of human relationships remained limited to interactions with clan members whose emotional investment in his welfare was constrained by knowledge of his ultimate fate and commitment to supernatural obligations that took precedence over individual human concerns or natural protective instincts. The dreams that began to visit him during sleep provided only escape from daily reality of imprisonment and preparation. Yet, even these psychological refuges were contaminated by serpent imagery and religious themes that had been systematically implanted through years of conditioning and ritual exposure, making it impossible to imagine alternatives to fate that had been established through supernatural arrangement rather than human choice or personal preference. The gradual understanding that developed regarding his purpose created internal conflict between natural survival instincts that motivated desire for escape and religious conditioning that presented acceptance as virtue, while resistance was portrayed as betrayal of family obligations and supernatural commitments that his existence had been designed to fulfill regardless of personal feelings or individual preferences that were irrelevant compared to demonic requirements. The planning that began to occupy his thoughts as he approached 12 years of age reflected growing desperation and developing intelligence that had not been completely suppressed, despite systematic attempts to prevent independent thinking or autonomous decision-making that might interfere with sacrificial preparations or create complications that could jeopardize ceremonial effectiveness when his transformation was scheduled to occur according to supernatural timing and demonic preferences. The opportunity that finally presented itself for escape attempt came through momentary lapse in security procedures that reflected clan complacency about his conditioning and acceptance of fate that had seemed so complete that constant vigilance no longer appeared necessary, creating brief window during which determined action might achieve freedom that had been impossible throughout years of careful confinement and systematic preparation for supernatural service. The desperate flight that followed his escape from the cage represented first experience of world beyond prison walls that had defined his entire existence, exposing him to sensory experiences and environmental complexity that his confined upbringing had never prepared him to navigate, while creating overwhelming stimulus that challenged psychological frameworks that had been shaped entirely by ritualistic routine and supernatural instruction designed to ensure compliance rather than enable independent function. The pursuit that followed his escape reflected clan panic about losing designated offering, whose preparation had consumed years of careful effort while representing investment in supernatural relationship that could not be abandoned without risking demonic wrath that might destroy entire family, rather than simply requiring replacement sacrifice to restore equilibrium that their survival depended upon maintaining through systematic fulfillment of religious obligations. The demon's response to losing its promised offering manifested through violence that exceeded even clan expectations regarding supernatural displeasure, as methodical slaughter of family members reflected demonic rage that had been building throughout years of patient waiting for satisfaction that had been promised and then denied through human failure to deliver sacrificial tribute. According to established agreements and ritual requirements, the massacre that consumed his entire family while he fled through unfamiliar terrain represented both liberation from imprisonment and creation of new burden of survivor's guilt that would haunt remaining years of his life, as freedom purchased through death of everyone who had shaped his existence created psychological trauma that combined relief with responsibility for consequences that his escape had triggered, despite lack of alternatives that might have achieved safety without devastating cost. The cousin, who survived this supernatural retribution, became living embodiment of accusation and blame that transformed his guilt from internal psychological burden into external social reality, her survival serving to ensure that his responsibility for family destruction would be acknowledged and remembered rather than forgotten or forgiven through passage of time that might otherwise have allowed healing and recovery from traumatic experiences. The world that awaited him beyond clan compound offered freedom that came without preparation or support systems that normal human development would have provided, leaving him equipped only with survival instincts and religious conditioning that were inadequate for navigating social relationships or practical challenges that independent existence required, while carrying psychological burden that affected every interaction and decision. The years that followed his escape would be marked by struggle to develop human connections and social skills that normal childhood would have provided naturally, while managing trauma and survivor's guilt that created barriers to trust and intimacy that made meaningful relationships difficult to achieve, despite desperate desire for acceptance and belonging that his isolated upbringing had prevented him from experiencing during formative developmental periods. And so Obanai Iguro emerged from childhood that no human being should have endured, carrying scars both physical and psychological that would influence every aspect of his future, while serving as reminder that innocence, once lost to systematic evil, can never be completely recovered, despite strength and determination that enable survival and eventual service to causes that protect others from experiencing similar suffering and loss of fundamental human dignity. Welcome to the most heartbreaking tale of brotherhood destroyed by misunderstanding, where love masqueraded as murder in the eyes of a traumatized child, where protection was interpreted as betrayal, and where the cruelest wounds were inflicted not by demons, but by the innocent accusations of someone whose safety had been purchased through an act of desperate mercy that would forever separate two hearts that had once beaten in perfect harmony. This is the story of Sanemi and Genya Shinazugawa, whose bond was shattered in a single moment of necessary violence that neither brother would ever fully recover from, despite years of longing that neither could express through words that might have healed what silence had allowed to fester into permanent estrangement. In a household where violence was as common as breathing, where children learned to read danger in footsteps and to find safety in shadows, where love was expressed through protection rather than affection because tenderness was luxury that survival could not afford, there lived a family whose daily existence balanced precariously between moments of peace and eruptions of brutality that left scars both visible and hidden across young souls who deserved nurturing but received only lessons in endurance and the bitter wisdom that comes from learning too early that the world contains more cruelty than justice. Sanemi Shinazugawa emerged into awareness of his role as protector before most children learned to walk properly, his consciousness shaped by necessity into patterns of hypervigilance and responsibility that transformed him from child into guardian whose own needs became secondary to welfare of siblings who depended on his strength, his courage, and his willingness to position himself between them and dangers that ranged from predictable domestic violence to supernatural threats that he could not yet understand but instinctively knew required responses that conventional childhood had never prepared him to provide. The father whose presence dominated their household like thunderstorm that never quite passed represented everything that Sanemi would dedicate his life to opposing. A man whose relationship with alcohol had evolved from occasional escape into systematic self-destruction that consumed not only his own potential, but the peace and safety of everyone unfortunate enough to share blood or living space. With someone whose demons had grown stronger than his, capacity for love or responsibility toward those who needed protection, rather than additional sources of fear and unpredictability. The violence that erupted without warning or apparent cause created atmosphere of constant tension that affected every aspect of family life, from mealtimes that could explode into chaos without provocation, to bedtime routines that required careful assessment of paternal mood and strategic positioning that might minimize exposure to rage that sought targets among those least capable of defending themselves against physical and emotional assault that left lasting damage. Even when visible wounds eventually healed, according to natural processes that could not address psychological trauma, Sanemi's response to these conditions involved conscious assumption of parental responsibilities that no child should have been required to shoulder. His developing personality shaped by necessity into configuration that prioritized others' welfare over personal desires, while creating internal framework that measured self-worth through effectiveness as protector rather than individual achievements or happiness that seemed impossibly selfish. When siblings needed advocacy and intervention, that only he possessed sufficient size and determination to provide with any hope of success. The strategy that he developed for managing household crises involved careful observation of warning signs that might predict violent episodes, combined with tactical thinking about positioning and timing that could minimize casualties when prevention proved impossible. His young mind forced to develop skills that trained soldiers learned through military instruction, while he acquired equivalent knowledge through trial and error that carried consequences measured in suffering of people he loved more than his own safety or comfort. The relationship between Sanemi and Genya during this period reflected natural hierarchy that circumstances had imposed rather than personal preference or conscious decision. As older brothers' protective instincts created dynamic, where younger sibling could maintain some degree of innocence and emotional security through sheltering that required constant vigilance and frequent self-sacrifice from guardian whose own childhood had been voluntarily abandoned in service of preserving what remained possible for others whose welfare had become his primary motivation and source of meaning. The mother who struggled to maintain family cohesion while managing impossible circumstances deserved admiration for persistence that kept her children fed and clothed, despite economic hardship and domestic chaos that would have defeated someone with less determination or maternal devotion. Yet her physical limitations and emotional exhaustion meant that ultimate responsibility for family protection fell upon shoulders far too young to bear such weight, while maintaining normal developmental processes that required security and stability rather than constant crisis management. The siblings who looked to Sanemi for leadership and protection during these difficult years developed understanding of family roles that placed him in position of authority and responsibility that exceeded what birth order alone would have justified. Their instinctive recognition of his competence and dedication, creating dependencies that reinforced his sense of obligation, while making it impossible for him to prioritize personal needs or desires that might have conflicted with duties that had been imposed by circumstances rather than chosen through free will or personal ambition. The nights when their father's rage reached levels that threatened serious injury or death became proving grounds where Sanemi's courage and tactical thinking were tested against adult strength fueled by alcohol and unrestrained by normal inhibitions that prevented most people from inflicting serious harm upon children whose only crime was existing within reach of someone whose psychological demons had overwhelmed whatever capacity for love and protection had once motivated his decision to create family in the first place. The injuries that Sanemi sustained during these confrontations served as visible evidence of his dedication while providing practical education in pain management and recovery techniques that would serve him throughout his later career as Demon Slayer, his body learning to function despite damage that would have incapacitated someone whose motivation was less absolute or whose pain tolerance had not been systematically developed through necessity that admitted no alternatives to continued resistance. The exhaustion that accumulated through years of constant vigilance created physical and emotional strain that affected every aspect of his development, from academic performance that suffered due to attention divided between studies and survival concerns, to social relationships that proved impossible to maintain when family obligations required complete focus and absolute priority over normal childhood activities that seemed trivially unimportant, compared to life or death responsibilities that defined his daily existence. The relief that came when their father finally disappeared from their lives carried complex mixture of emotions that included gratitude for cessation of immediate danger, combined with ongoing anxiety about whether his absence represented permanent solution or temporary reprieve that might end without warning. If circumstances changed in ways that brought renewed threat to family members who had learned to hope for safety, but never to assume that peace would last longer than previous periods of relative calm. The years that followed this liberation allowed some degree of normal family life to develop, as economic hardship remained a significant challenge, but domestic violence was no longer a constant threat, creating opportunities for relationships to heal and for children to experience something approaching ordinary childhood, despite psychological scars that would require decades to fade, and practical skills that had been acquired through necessity rather than choice or natural developmental processes. The evening that would destroy everything they had built together began like countless others during this period of relative peace, with family routines that had become predictable and comfortable, creating sense of security that none of them had experienced during years when survival required constant alertness and tactical thinking. Their mother's absence noted, but not immediately alarming, since her responsibilities often required extended periods away from home for employment that supported their modest but adequate standard of living. The darkness that settled over their household as evening progressed without her return created first stirrings of anxiety that grew stronger as hours passed without explanation or communication that might have provided reassurance about circumstances that were preventing her arrival at expected time. Their previous experiences having taught them that unexplained absences often preceded disasters that could fundamentally alter family circumstances in ways that required immediate adaptation to new threats and challenges. Sanemi's increasing agitation reflected not only concern for his mother's welfare, but growing awareness that his protective responsibilities extended to preparing for whatever crisis her delayed return might signify. His instincts sharpened through years of dangerous living, telling him that something fundamental had changed in ways that required mobilization of survival skills that he had hoped never to employ again, but remained ready to access when circumstances demanded responses that normal family life could not provide. The sound that announced her return created an initial wave of relief that lasted only until visual contact revealed transformation so complete and horrifying that rational mind required several seconds to process evidence that challenged every assumption about reality and forced recognition that supernatural threats represented dangers that exceeded anything their previous experience had prepared them to understand or survive through conventional methods that had proven adequate for dealing with human violence and predictable. Dangus, the demon that had once been their beloved mother, retained enough physical resemblance to create cognitive dissonance that delayed appropriate responses, while her supernatural strength and predatory instincts eliminated normal human limitations that might have provided opportunities for negotiation or escape, creating tactical situation where conventional family dynamics became not only irrelevant but actively dangerous. As emotional connections encouraged approaches that supernatural threats would exploit without hesitation or mercy, the attack that followed destroyed not only physical safety but psychological frameworks that had been built around assumptions of maternal protection and family bonds that transcended individual welfare in favor of collective survival, forcing recognition that transformation into demonic nature could override every human emotion and obligation that had previously defined relationship patterns and behavioral predictions that had enabled coexistence and mutual support during difficult periods. Sanemi's response to this unprecedented threat involved instant recognition that normal protective strategies would prove inadequate against an opponent whose capabilities exceeded human limitations, while her emotional significance created hesitation and confusion that could prove fatal if allowed to interfere with tactical decisions that prioritized survival over sentiment, or hope that some trace of original personality might remain accessible through appeals to maternal instincts that supernatural transformation had eliminated. The battle that ensued tested every survival skill that he had developed, while forcing him to employ violence against someone whose protection had been his primary motivation throughout conscious life, creating psychological torture that paralleled physical danger as supernatural strength met human determination in contest, where victory could only be achieved through acceptance that the person he had loved no longer existed within monstrous form that threatened remaining family members who depended on his ability to prioritize their safety over emotional attachment. The weapons that were available during this desperate confrontation included nothing specifically designed for supernatural combat, forcing improvisation with household implements and personal items that served as inadequate substitutes for proper Demon Slayer equipment, while time constraints prevented methodical planning or tactical preparation that might have improved chances of achieving necessary outcome with minimal additional casualties or psychological trauma for surviving family members. The younger siblings, whose screams provided horrifying soundtrack to combat that no child should witness, represented both motivation for continued resistance and additional complications that divided his attention between offensive action against supernatural threat and defensive positioning that might protect innocents, whose safety remained his primary responsibility, despite changed circumstances that required killing rather than simply restraining opponent whose maternal identity made violence feel like ultimate betrayal. The realization that conventional injuries were insufficient for permanent elimination of demonic threat forced escalation toward methods that exceeded anything his previous experience had taught him about violence, requiring techniques that approached systematic destruction rather than defensive measures, while psychological pressure, mounted as supernatural strength, began to overwhelm human limitations. Despite desperate determination and tactical advantages that circumstances had provided through familiar terrain and defensive positioning, the moment when superior positioning and desperate innovation finally achieved fatal injury marked victory that felt more like defeat as successful protection of surviving siblings came through complete destruction of maternal figure, whose loss represented not only immediate grief, but permanent alteration of family structure that would require adaptation to reality, where safety had been purchased through matricide, that no amount of rational analysis could transform into anything other than ultimate tragedy. The aftermath of this confrontation left Sanemi standing over remains of someone whose love had shaped his entire development, while surrounded by traumatized siblings, whose psychological state required immediate attention, and by long-term support that his own emotional condition made difficult to provide. His triumph in combat, overshadowed by recognition that survival sometimes demanded actions that left permanent psychological scars regardless of tactical necessity or moral justification. Genya's response to this scene reflected childish understanding that could not process complexity of situation or recognize necessity of violence that had saved their lives. His traumatized perception focusing on visual evidence of beloved brother standing over deceased mother, while lacking mental framework for interpreting events, according to supernatural context that would have justified actions that appeared to be simple murder, committed by family member whose protection had been assumed rather than questioned. The accusation that emerged from Genya's shock and incomprehension struck Sanemi with force that exceeded any physical blow he had sustained during supernatural combat. As word murderer, delivered by voice, he had protected with his own life, transformed heroic sacrifice into criminal guilt that no external validation could diminish or contradict, when someone whose opinion mattered more than life itself had pronounced judgment that would echo through remaining years regardless of subsequent understanding or rational analysis. The separation that followed this misunderstanding reflected both siblings' inability to process trauma through communication that might have provided healing, as Genya's youth and shock prevented comprehension of supernatural elements, while Sanemi's guilt and exhaustion made explanation feel impossible when condemnation from beloved brother had already established emotional reality that facts seemed powerless to alter despite their objective truth and moral clarity. The years that passed without reconciliation created parallel developments where both brothers pursued paths related to demon slaying while maintaining distance that prevented healing conversation that might have restored understanding and mutual support that their traumatic separation had destroyed. Their shared dedication to supernatural combat, representing unconscious attempt to honor maternal sacrifice, while avoiding direct contact that might have forced confrontation with unresolved emotional wounds. Sanemi's evolution toward Wind Hashira reflected channeling of guilt and protective instincts into systematic campaign against demonic threats that had destroyed his family. His exceptional abilities fueled by personal hatred that exceeded professional dedication, while his aggressive approach to combat and core responsibilities demonstrated psychological need to prove worthiness through service that could never completely compensate for perceived failure during crucial moment when family had needed protection he had provided too late. Genya's parallel development as Demon Slayer represented his own attempt to understand events that had shaped his childhood while pursuing career that brought him closer to brother, whose approval he continued to crave despite years of apparent rejection. His unique abilities and determination, demonstrating that shared blood carried both talent and psychological drives that had been shaped by identical traumatic experiences, despite different interpretations of their meaning and significance. The mutual awareness that characterized their relationship during this period involved careful avoidance of direct confrontation combined with indirect monitoring, that reflected continued emotional investment disguised as professional interest, their respective achievements and setbacks noticed and evaluated according to standards that maintained connection, while avoiding communication that might have required acknowledgement of unresolved grief and mutual misunderstanding that neither felt prepared to address through honest conversation. The tragic irony that both brothers dedicated their lives to preventing other families from experiencing similar losses while remaining unable to heal wounds within their own relationship demonstrated how trauma could simultaneously motivate heroic service and prevent personal healing that required vulnerability and communication skills that survival-focused development had never prioritized or properly cultivated through normal social interaction and emotional support systems. And so the Shinazugawa brothers continued their separate journeys through Demon Slayer service that honored their mother's sacrifice while perpetuating misunderstanding that had originated in moment of supernatural crisis, their mutual love expressed through parallel dedication to protecting others, while remaining hidden behind professional distance that preserved them from additional pain, while preventing reconciliation that might have transformed their shared tragedy into source of strength rather than permanent separation that left both incomplete. Welcome to the most devastating tale of love destroyed by misunderstanding, where parental devotion was mistaken for betrayal, where a child's fragile body became both curse and catalyst for supernatural transformation that would forever alter the meaning of family bonds in ways that no human heart was designed to endure. This is the story of Rui, whose journey from beloved son to demonic tyrant began with the cruel irony that those who loved him most would be forced to become his first victims, creating psychological wounds that centuries of supernatural existence could never heal despite countless attempts to recreate through violence and manipulation what had been lost forever in a single moment of necessary mercy. In a modest household where every breath was measured and every step calculated to preserve energy that a fragile constitution could barely sustain, there lived a child whose very existence challenged the natural order through combination of parental love. So fierce, it bordered on desperation and physical limitations, so severe that ordinary childhood activities remained forever beyond reach, creating dynamic where devotion and helplessness intertwined in ways that would ultimately prove more tragic than any conventional disease or misfortune that medical knowledge of the era might have been equipped to address through conventional treatment or time-tested remedies. Rui entered the world already struggling against forces that seemed determined to reclaim him before consciousness could fully develop. His first cries weak and labored in ways that announced immediately to experienced ears that this child would require care and attention that exceeded normal parental obligations while offering uncertain prospects for the kind of robust development that most families could assume would follow, naturally from love, nutrition, and patient nurturing through predictable stages of growth and increasing independence that characterized healthy childhood development. The parents who welcomed this fragile life into their home approached their responsibilities with dedication that transcended ordinary devotion to encompass complete reorganization of household priorities and personal aspirations around requirements of someone whose survival demanded constant vigilance and systematic accommodation of limitations that affected every aspect of daily existence, from sleeping arrangements that facilitated breathing to meal planning that balanced nutritional needs against digestive capabilities that could not process normal quantities or varieties of food without creating additional health complications. His father, whose own childhood had been marked by robust physical activity and confident assumption that children would naturally develop strength and coordination that enabled increasingly independent exploration of their environment, found himself learning patience and gentleness that his upbringing had never required, while discovering reserves of protective instinct that he had not known he possessed until confronted with offspring whose vulnerability exceeded anything his imagination had been capable of conceiving before. Direct experience taught him how completely love could transform personal priorities and behavioral patterns. The mother whose pregnancy had proceeded according to normal expectations despite underlying conditions that would only become apparent after birth, approached her maternal role with mixture of fierce determination and growing anxiety as begging. She recognized that conventional wisdom about child rearing would prove inadequate for addressing challenges that seemed to multiply rather than diminish as months passed without significant improvement in her son's fundamental constitution or basic ability to participate in activities that other children managed effortlessly from earlier stages of development. The daily routine that evolved around Rui's needs reflected careful balance between stimulation that might encourage development and protection from exertion that could trigger episodes of respiratory distress or physical collapse that required immediate intervention and extended recovery, periods during which normal family activities had to be suspended in favor of medical attention and emotional support that his condition demanded whenever limitations were exceeded through miscalculation or wishful thinking about improvement that proved more hopeful than realistic. The breathing difficulties that characterized his most challenging moments created atmosphere of constant concern, where every sound and movement were monitored for early warning signs that might enable preventive action before crisis reached levels that threatened immediate danger. His parents developing sensitivity to subtle changes in his condition that exceeded anything medical training might have provided, while creating psychological burden of responsibility that affected their own health through chronic stress and sleep deprivation that accumulated over years of unrelenting vigilance. The walking challenges that made simple mobility an exhausting struggle transformed routine household navigation into carefully planned expeditions that required assessment of distances, terrain, and available rest stops that could accommodate someone whose stamina was measured in steps rather than miles, creating physical environment where furniture, placement, and room arrangements were determined by medical necessity rather than aesthetic preference or conventional comfort considerations that most families could assume would adequately serve their residential needs. The isolation that resulted from his inability to participate in normal childhood social activities prevented development of friendships and peer relationships that might have provided emotional support and developmental benefits that family love, however complete and devoted, could not adequately replace, leaving him dependent upon parental interaction for stimulation and companionship that should have been supplemented by broader social connections with age-appropriate companions who shared interests and energy levels that made mutual enjoyment possible. The medical consultations that punctuated their lives provided little hope for improvement, while confirming that his condition represented permanent limitation rather than temporary setback that patience and proper treatment might eventually overcome. Each expert opinion adding weight to growing recognition that conventional childhood development would remain impossible, while alternative approaches to nurturing and education would need to be developed according to individual requirements that no standard guidance could adequately address through established methods. The financial strain that accumulated through specialized care and modified living arrangements affected family stability in ways that created additional pressure during periods when emotional resources were already stretched beyond normal limits, requiring difficult decisions about resource allocation that balanced immediate medical needs against long-term family welfare, while maintaining hope that circumstances might eventually improve sufficiently to justify sacrifices that were being made on behalf of someone whose future remained fundamentally uncertain despite complete parental devotion and professional medical attention. The emotional toll that this situation extracted from parents who watched their beloved child struggle with limitations that exceeded their power to heal or significantly improve created undercurrent of grief that paralleled their love as daily witnesses to suffering. They could not prevent developed psychological burden that combined helplessness with determination to maintain optimistic facade that might preserve hope and motivation necessary for continued care despite accumulating evidence that significant improvement was unlikely to occur through conventional means. The evening that would forever alter their family's trajectory began with Rui's condition deteriorating beyond anything they had previously experienced, his breathing becoming so labored and irregular that conventional comfort measures proved inadequate, while medical remedies that had provided temporary relief during earlier crises seemed to have lost their effectiveness entirely, creating escalating emergency that tested every resource and technique that their experience had developed, while suggesting that more drastic intervention might be necessary to preserve life that seemed increasingly fragile. The appearance of Muzan Kibutsuji during this moment of ultimate desperation represented intervention that no human medical knowledge could have predicted or prepared them to evaluate, his offer of supernatural assistance arriving precisely when conventional options had been exhausted while hope for natural recovery had dimmed to point where experimental treatments seemed preferable to accepting inevitable loss of someone whose importance to their emotional well-being exceeded their capacity to imagine existence without his presence. The transformation that followed this demonic intervention occurred with supernatural swiftness that left no time for careful consideration of consequences or full understanding of implications that would affect not only Rui's physical condition, but fundamental nature of his relationship with human society and moral frameworks that had previously governed their family's approach to ethical decisions and social responsibilities that extended beyond immediate household welfare to encompass obligations to broader community. The physical strength that replaced lifelong frailty created immediate sense of miraculous improvement that seemed to validate decision to accept supernatural assistance, as abilities that had been forever beyond reach suddenly became accessible while previous limitations vanished so completely that initial response could only be gratitude and wonder at transformation that exceeded anything medical science might have achieved through conventional treatment methods that had proven inadequate for addressing underlying constitutional problems. The appetite that accompanied his new physical capabilities announced itself through cravings that differed qualitatively from normal hunger, while suggesting dietary requirements that his parents initially interpreted as healthy sign of improved metabolism and increased energy demands that naturally accompanied enhanced strength and vitality that they had never dared hope their son might experience during lifetime, that had seemed destined for progressive limitation rather than dramatic improvement. The first kill that satisfied these new dietary requirements occurred with instinctive efficiency that demonstrated how completely his nature had been altered by supernatural intervention, his actions guided by demonic impulses that overrode human moral constraints and emotional connections that had previously defined his relationship with innocent people, whose welfare had been important consideration in all family decisions, and social interactions that acknowledged shared humanity and mutual obligation to avoid causing unnecessary harm. The horror that consumed his parents when they discovered evidence of what their son had become, forced recognition that supernatural cure had carried price that exceeded anything they could have imagined or consciously accepted, transforming beloved child into creature whose survival depended upon systematic destruction of human life in ways that violated every moral principle and religious belief that had guided their approach to ethical decision-making. Throughout lives dedicated to causing minimal harm while contributing positively to community welfare, the intervention that they attempted represented desperate effort to prevent further tragedy while saving whatever remained of the son they had loved from supernatural corruption that threatened to destroy not only innocent victims but essential humanity that had justified every sacrifice they had made during years of devoted care. Their decision to risk their own lives, reflecting recognition that allowing continued predation would represent betrayal of moral obligations that exceeded even parental loyalty and protective instincts. The resistance that Rui offered to their attempts at restraint demonstrated how completely demonic transformation had altered both his physical capabilities and psychological orientation toward people who had previously represented sources of love and security, his supernatural strength making conventional parental authority meaningless, while predatory instincts eliminated emotional connections that might have enabled appeals to conscience or memories of shared affection that had once motivated cooperation and mutual consideration. The battle that developed between parents and transformed child represented collision between human love and supernatural evil that could only end in tragedy regardless of immediate outcome, as victory for either side would result in loss that would fundamentally alter family structure while creating psychological wounds that no amount of time or rational understanding could adequately heal through conventional mourning processes or therapeutic intervention that assumed normal parameters of grief and recovery. The weapons that desperate parents employed during this confrontation reflected their recognition that conventional restraint methods would prove inadequate against supernatural strength, while time constraints prevented careful planning or tactical preparation that might have enabled more effective intervention with reduced risk to all participants, forcing improvisation that prioritized immediate necessity over long-term considerations that seemed irrelevant when immediate survival demanded decisive action regardless of emotional consequences. The moment when parental determination overcame supernatural resistance marked victory that felt more devastating than defeat, as successful protection of community from demonic predation required sacrifice of someone whose welfare had been primary motivation for every decision and action throughout years of devoted care that had culminated in situation where love demanded violence against beloved child whose transformation had made continued existence incompatible with moral obligations that extended beyond family loyalty. The final conversations that occurred during this tragic confrontation provided opportunity for emotional exchange that attempted to bridge gap between human love and supernatural corruption, parental expressions of continued affection, competing with recognition that creature before them no longer retained essential characteristics that had defined their son, despite physical resemblance that made violence feel like ultimate betrayal of protective instincts that had governed their behavior throughout his entire existence. Rui's response to this parental sacrifice reflected confusion and rage that supernatural transformation had created rather than normal grief that might have characterized human reaction to loss of people who had provided care and devotion that exceeded anything. His limited childhood experience had taught him to expect from world that had seemed hostile to his very existence, until demonic intervention had provided power that made previous vulnerabilities irrelevant while creating new forms of isolation that supernatural strength could not address. The aftermath of this familial destruction left Rui alone with consequences of transformation that had promised physical health while delivering spiritual corruption that made meaningful connection with other beings impossible. His supernatural abilities providing means for dominating and controlling others while eliminating capacity for genuine affection or emotional satisfaction that had been possible during brief period of human existence despite physical limitations that had seemed like ultimate obstacles to happiness and fulfillment. The story that haunted his memory involved man who had drowned while attempting to save his son, tale of parental sacrifice that exemplified love that transcended individual survival while demonstrating commitment to offspring welfare that justified ultimate personal sacrifice, narrative that provided framework for understanding what his own parents had attempted during final confrontation that had ended their lives while failing to restore his humanity or prevent further transformation toward complete demonic nature. The rationalization that emerged from his inability to accept parental love and sacrifice involved systematic reinterpretation of final events according to logic that preserved his self-image while avoiding recognition of loss that would have required acknowledgement of guilt and responsibility for tragedy that his transformation had created, psychological defense mechanism that enabled continued existence while preventing healing that might have restored some connection to human moral frameworks and emotional understanding. The delusion that his parents had been imposters rather than genuine family members reflected desperate attempt to preserve positive memories of parental love while avoiding psychological burden of recognizing that his own actions had destroyed people who had devoted their lives to his welfare, creating alternative narrative that enabled continued function while systematically distorting reality in ways that made authentic self-reflection impossible, despite accumulating evidence that contradicted fabricated version of events. The family creation project that occupied subsequent centuries represented attempt to fill emotional void through systematic recruitment and control of demons who could be forced into familial roles that provided simulation of relationships that his own actions had made impossible to achieve through genuine connection, creating household structure that maintained facade of family bonds while operating according to principles of fear and domination rather than mutual affection and voluntary cooperation. The abuse that characterized these artificial family relationships reflected his distorted understanding of parental authority and sibling dynamics that had been shaped by traumatic memories and supernatural corruption rather than healthy models of human connection. His attempts to recreate family structure, resulting in systematic violence and manipulation that provided temporary satisfaction while failing to address underlying emotional needs that supernatural transformation had made impossible to fulfill through authentic means. The control mechanisms that he employed to maintain artificial family unity demonstrated sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation, combined with supernatural power that made resistance futile. His ability to identify individual vulnerabilities and exploit them through systematic application of rewards and punishments that created dependency, while preventing development of genuine affection or voluntary loyalty that characterize authentic family relationships based on mutual respect and shared values. The theatrical performances that his family members were required to provide created elaborate simulation of domestic harmony that satisfied his desperate need to believe that meaningful relationships were possible despite evidence that supernatural nature prevented authentic emotional connection. Their carefully orchestrated displays of affection and cooperation, maintaining illusion that could not survive honest examination, but provided temporary escape from recognition of fundamental isolation that demonic transformation had created. And so Rui's tragedy demonstrates how love twisted by desperation can become indistinguishable from cruelty, how transformation that promises salvation can deliver damnation instead, and how the search for family connection, when corrupted by supernatural evil, can create systematic destruction of the very bonds it desperately seeks to restore through violence, that can never replace what was lost through one moment of necessary but devastating parental sacrifice. Welcome to the gentle tragedy of Kyojuro Rengoku, whose blazing spirit burned brightest in the darkness of abandonment, whose unwavering smile concealed wounds that never fully healed, and whose dedication to protecting others was forged in the crucible of paternal rejection and maternal loss, that taught him that strength must sometimes stand alone, when those who should provide support choose instead to retreat into bottles and bitterness that poison love at its very source. This is the story of the flame Hashira, whose fire never dimmed despite being fed by pain rather than joy, whose optimism was conscious choice rather than natural disposition, and whose legacy of protection was built upon foundation of personal sacrifice that began in childhood and continued until his final breath illuminated the darkness for others who would never know the cost of the light that guided them to safety. In the ancestral home where flame Hashira traditions had been preserved through generations of dedicated service and heroic sacrifice, where family honor was measured not through wealth or social position, but through lives saved, and demons eliminated in service to humanity's survival against supernatural threats that most people never suspected existed in shadows. Just beyond ordinary perception, there lived a boy who inherited not only exceptional abilities but expectations that would shape every moment of his existence, according to standards that admitted no compromise between personal happiness and professional obligation to protect those who could not protect themselves. Kyojuro Rengoku entered consciousness within walls that echoed with stories of flame-breathing, mastery, and heroic deeds that had elevated previous generations of his family to legendary status within Demon Slayer ranks, their accumulated achievements creating atmosphere where individual worth was measured against impossible standards, while personal desires were subordinated to inherited responsibilities that required complete dedication regardless of emotional costs or psychological strain that such commitment might extract from someone whose essential nature craved connection and approval that duty would rarely permit him to seek or receive. The early years of his childhood unfolded within domestic environment that balanced loving maternal guidance with paternal instruction in martial disciplines that would eventually determine his effectiveness as supernatural warrior, creating educational foundation that combined emotional nurturing with systematic preparation for career that would demand capabilities far exceeding normal human limitations, while requiring psychological resilience that could maintain function despite witnessing horrors that would destroy unprepared minds through accumulated trauma that conventional upbringing could never adequately address. His mother, Ruka Rengoku, embodied gentle wisdom that provided counterbalance to intense martial training, while instilling moral framework that would guide his approach to Demon Slayer service throughout career characterized by unwavering commitment to protecting innocent people, regardless of personal risk or sacrifice that such dedication might require when supernatural threats exceeded normal human capacity to resist or survive through conventional defensive measures that proved inadequate against enemies whose power transcended natural law. The philosophical discussions that characterized their private moments together planted seeds of ethical understanding that would eventually flower into approach to demon slaying that emphasized protection of human life over simple elimination of supernatural threats. Her influence shaping his perspective in ways that distinguished his service from more purely combative approaches that focused on victory rather than preservation of what was most valuable about human existence and social bonds that gave meaning to survival itself. The final conversations that they shared during her declining health provided opportunity for transmission of wisdom that would sustain him through challenges that she could foresee, despite being unable to shield him from experiences that would test every principle she had taught, while forcing him to apply moral lessons under circumstances that she had hoped he might never be required to face without guidance and support that her presence would have provided during moments of doubt or ethical complexity. The words that became his guiding principle emerged from her deathbed observations about relationship between strength and responsibility, her understanding that exceptional abilities created obligations that extended beyond personal welfare to encompass systematic protection of those whose limitations left them vulnerable to threats that only trained warriors could effectively counter through application of techniques and dedication that required sacrifice of normal human relationships and conventional happiness in favor of service that transcended individual concerns. The illness that claimed her life proceeded with gradual inevitability that provided time for emotional preparation while making her eventual loss no less devastating for household that had been organized around her gentle presence and stabilizing influence on family dynamics that would prove fragile without her mediating effect on relationships between strong-willed individuals whose different approaches to flame Hashira responsibilities created tension that her wisdom had previously been able to resolve through patient counseling and moral guidance. The funeral that marked transition from childhood security to adult responsibility occurred during season when natural cycles seemed to mirror family circumstances through death and renewal that characterized broader patterns of loss, continuation, her burial creating physical symbol of separation that would affect every subsequent decision, while her remembered voice continued to provide guidance through internalized lessons that had been absorbed so completely that they became indistinguishable from conscience itself. The father who remained after maternal loss represented living embodiment of grief that had overwhelmed coping mechanisms and transformed former flame Hashira into shadow of his previous self. Shinjiro Rengoku's descent into alcoholism and emotional withdrawal, creating household atmosphere where surviving children were forced to navigate between memories of paternal greatness and daily reality of abandonment that left them functionally orphaned, despite continued physical presence of someone whose psychological availability had been destroyed by loss that exceeded his capacity to process through healthy mourning. The contrast between inherited reputation and current behavior created cognitive dissonance that affected every aspect of family life, as children struggled to reconcile stories of heroic achievement with evidence of personal failure that manifested through systematic avoidance of responsibility and increasingly frequent episodes of drunken bitterness that replaced inspirational leadership with cruel criticism that seemed designed to discourage rather than motivate continuation of flame Hashira traditions that his own example was systematically undermining. The alcohol that provided his primary escape from emotional pain became dominant factor in household management as sons learned to predict and accommodate unpredictable mood changes that could transform ordinary domestic situations into confrontational episodes where rational discussion became impossible. while emotional wounds were repeatedly reopened through verbal attacks that seemed calculated to inflict maximum psychological damage on children whose only crime was resembling mother, whose loss had proven too devastating to accept through normal grieving processes. The training that should have provided systematic preparation for Flame Hashira service was either completely abandoned or conducted in haphazard manner that reflected instructors' internal chaos rather than coherent educational program, forcing Kyojuro to supplement inadequate paternal guidance through independent study and intuitive development of abilities that required careful nurturing and experienced supervision to achieve full potential that untrained experimentation could never adequately develop, despite exceptional natural talent and dedicated personal effort. The responsibility for household management that fell upon Kyojuro's young shoulders included not only practical concerns like meal preparation and financial planning, but emotional burden of maintaining family stability while protecting younger brother Senjuro from worst effects of paternal neglect and psychological abuse that could permanently damage someone whose sensitive nature was poorly equipped to withstand systematic criticism and emotional abandonment, that their father's grief had transformed into default mode of interaction with surviving family members. The decision to pursue Flame Hashira status, despite absence of supportive training environment, reflected combination of inherited obligation and personal determination to honor maternal memory through service that she had encouraged, while proving that family traditions could survive temporary disruption caused by paternal failure that represented abandonment of responsibilities rather than permanent incapacity that might have justified accepting defeat and allowing flame-breathing techniques to disappear from Demon Slayer ranks entirely. The independent training regimen that Kyojuro developed through careful study of inherited texts and systematic experimentation with breathing techniques represented triumph of determination over circumstances while demonstrating how personal character could overcome educational disadvantages when motivation was sufficient to sustain effort through inevitable failures and setbacks that accompanies learning without adequate supervision or guidance from experienced practitioners whose knowledge could have prevented many mistakes that increased difficulty of mastery. The isolation that characterized this self-directed education extended beyond technical challenges to encompass emotional burden of pursuing dangerous training without family support or encouragement that might have provided motivation during periods of doubt or discouragement when progress seemed insufficient and obstacles appeared insurmountable. His continued dedication representing conscious choice to maintain optimism despite accumulating evidence that success would require overcoming handicaps that more fortunate candidates never faced during their preparation. The relationships with extended family and community members who had known previous Flame Hashira provided some degree of guidance and encouragement that partially compensated for paternal abandonment. Their willingness to share memories and practical advice reflecting recognition that exceptional abilities deserved cultivation, despite family circumstances that threatened to waste potential that could serve broader purposes related to Demon Slayer operations and protection of innocent people who depended upon continued availability of flame-breathing techniques. The breakthrough moments that marked progression toward Hashira-level competence occurred through combination of inherited talent and relentless practice that gradually overcame educational handicaps while building confidence that enabled increasingly ambitious training exercises that tested limits of self-taught techniques against challenges that approximated real combat conditions without exposing him to supernatural threats that inadequate preparation might have made fatal rather than educational. The flame-breathing forms that he eventually mastered through independent effort represented personal interpretation of inherited techniques rather than precise replication of traditional methods. His innovations reflecting individual understanding and physical capabilities that differed from previous practitioners, while maintaining essential characteristics that made flame breathing effective against demonic opponents whose supernatural abilities required specific countermeasures that conventional combat training could not adequately address through normal martial disciplines. The philosophy that guided his approach to Demon Slayer service emerged from synthesis of maternal teachings about protecting others and personal experience of abandonment that created empathy for vulnerable people whose circumstances left them dependent upon protection that only trained warriors could provide. His dedication to preservation of human life, reflecting understanding that everyone deserved support and encouragement that he had been denied during his own development, despite obvious potential and genuine need for guidance. The optimism that became his trademark characteristic represented conscious choice rather than natural disposition. His determination to maintain positive outlook despite personal disappointments and family dysfunction, reflecting recognition that despair was luxury that demon slayers could not afford when their effectiveness depended upon mental resilience that enabled continued function despite witnessing horrors and experiencing losses that would destroy unprepared psychological frameworks through accumulated trauma that threatened sanity as much as physical safety. The smile that never faded, even during most challenging moments of combat or personal crisis, served multiple purposes that included protecting others from awareness of his inner pain, while maintaining morale that supported effective teamwork and inspiring confidence in civilian populations whose safety depended upon perception that demon slayers possessed capability and determination necessary for successful protection against supernatural threats that exceeded normal human understanding or defensive capacity. The missions that filled his Hashira career provided opportunities to demonstrate how flame-breathing techniques could serve protective rather than purely combative purposes. His approach to demon elimination, emphasizing minimization of collateral damage and preservation of civilian life over operational efficiency or personal glory that might have been achieved through less discriminating tactical approaches that prioritized immediate success over long-term consequences for communities that would continue to need protection after individual threats had been eliminated. The encounters with other Hashira revealed how his upbringing differed from colleagues whose family support had enabled more conventional paths to elite status. His ability to function effectively, despite educational handicaps, earning respect from peers whose own achievements had been facilitated by advantages that made his independent success appear even more remarkable when viewed against background of obstacles that would have deterred less determined candidates from pursuing careers that required exceptional dedication under optimal circumstances. The relationship with Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu during Infinity Train mission reflected his natural inclination toward mentorship and guidance that his own father had failed to provide. His willingness to share knowledge and encouragement with younger demon slayers, representing conscious decision to break cycle of abandonment while ensuring that Flame Hashira traditions would continue through disciples whose development he could influence in ways that honored maternal memory while compensating for educational opportunities that his own circumstances had denied him. The pride that he took in their progress during combat training and tactical instruction provided emotional satisfaction that partially compensated for parental approval that remained unavailable despite his exceptional achievements and unwavering dedication to family honor. Their recognition of his teaching abilities and appreciation for his guidance creating surrogate family relationships that fulfilled needs that blood relations had failed to address through traditional support structures. The final battle that would claim his life represented culmination of lifetime dedicated to protection of others, despite personal costs that had been accumulating since childhood, when maternal loss and paternal abandonment had established patterns of self-sacrifice that would characterize every subsequent decision about balancing individual welfare against obligations to people whose safety depended upon his continued effectiveness as supernatural warrior, whose abilities could not be easily replaced if lost through preventable mistakes or inadequate dedication. The flame that burned within him throughout this ultimate confrontation reflected not only breathing techniques that had been perfected through years of independent training, but essential spirit that had been forged through necessity into configuration that could maintain hope and determination, despite circumstances that might have justified despair or retreat. His refusal to surrender representing triumph of character over adversity that had shaped him into protector, whose effectiveness transcended technical skill to encompass inspirational leadership that would outlive physical existence. The words that he spoke during final moments provided guidance and encouragement that would influence surviving comrades throughout remainder of their careers, while establishing philosophical foundation for continued resistance against supernatural evil that threatened human civilization. His dying breath used to ensure that Flame Hashira principles would survive through transmission to disciples whose future service would honor his sacrifice, while extending protective influence beyond limits of individual lifetime or personal achievement. And so Kyojuro Rengoku's story teaches us that true strength often emerges from abandonment rather than support, that the brightest flames are sometimes fed by pain rather than joy, and that the greatest heroes are forged not by perfect circumstances but by conscious choice to transform personal suffering into protection for others who deserve better than the world has given them, creating light that continues burning long after individual sacrifice has been forgotten by those whose safety was purchased through dedication that asked for nothing in return, except opportunity to serve purposes greater than personal happiness or conventional success. Welcome to the tragedy of memory lost and found, where childhood innocence was shattered by violence so profound that the mind chose forgetfulness over unbearable truth, where twin souls were severed by death that transformed love into rage, and where the gentle spirit of one brother was consumed by the bitter wisdom of another, until identity itself became battlefield between who he had been and whose survival demanded he become. This is the story of Muichiro Tokito, whose journey from loving child to distant warrior was paved with amnesia that served as both blessing and curse, protecting him from pain while stealing everything that had once made him human. In the mountains where mist clung to ancient trees like memories refusing to fade completely, where the rhythm of simple life had continued unchanged, through generations of woodcutters who found contentment in honest labor and family bonds that required no explanation or justification beyond their own quiet strength, there lived twin brothers whose identical faces concealed hearts that beat to completely different rhythms, their shared blood carrying seeds of both compassion and cynicism that would eventually determine not only their individual fates, but the tragic intersection where love would collide with loss in ways that neither could survive. Unchanged, Muichiro Tokito entered the world mere moments after his twin brother Yuichiro, their simultaneous arrival, creating bond that transcended normal sibling relationships to encompass connection so complete that their individual identities seem sometimes to blur into single consciousness that experienced joy and sorrow, triumph and disappointment, hope and fear, as shared emotions rather than separate experiences that might have been processed independently through normal psychological development that assumed clear boundaries between self and other. The family that welcomed these twin souls embodied everything noble about mountain folk whose lives were organized around principles of mutual support and honest labor, their father representing traditional Japanese virtues of patience, dedication, and gentle strength that enabled him to find meaning and satisfaction in work that others might have dismissed as unremarkable, while their mother provided nurturing wisdom that helped her children understand their place in natural cycles, that connected human existence to broader patterns of growth and renewal that gave significance to even mundane daily activities. Their childhood unfolded within an environment that encouraged development of individual personalities despite physical similarity that made distinguishing between them difficult for casual observers. Muichiro's naturally optimistic disposition creating counterpoint to Yuichiro's more realistic assessment of world's challenges and limitations, their complementary perspectives, enabling them to navigate childhood difficulties through collaboration that drew upon different strengths, while compensating for individual vulnerabilities that might have proven overwhelming if faced alone. The woodcutting tradition that provided foundation for family livelihood represented connection to natural world that shaped their understanding of human relationship with environment that required respect rather than domination, sustainable harvesting rather than destructive exploitation, and careful attention to seasonal cycles that determined when work could proceed safely versus when patience and preparation were necessary for long-term success that transcended immediate gratification or short-sighted profit seeking. The father, whose skill with axe and saw provided both practical example and philosophical framework for approaching challenges through systematic effort and patient persistence, embodied qualities that his sons would eventually need to survive in world far more dangerous than mountain forests, where their education in discipline and dedication was proceeding according to traditions that had served previous generations through difficulties that tested character while building resilience that enabled continuation of family traditions. Despite external pressures and internal challenges, the mother, whose gentle wisdom provided balance to practical instruction, represented emotional anchor that enabled healthy psychological development despite isolation that characterized mountain life. Her ability to find beauty and meaning in simple daily activities, creating atmosphere where contentment was possible, even when circumstances offered limited opportunities for excitement or dramatic achievement that more sophisticated environments might have provided through access to broader social connections and cultural stimulation. The education that both twins received emphasized development of practical skills alongside moral instruction that prepared them for adult responsibilities while instilling values that would guide decision-making throughout lives that their parents hoped would continue family traditions. Through next generation of woodcutters whose dedication to honest labor and mutual support would preserve what was most valuable about their heritage, despite changing world that threatened traditional ways of life. Through modernization and social transformation, the balance between individual development and twin bond created unique dynamic where personal growth occurred within context of shared experience that enriched understanding while preventing complete independence that might have prepared them better for eventual separation that neither could anticipate during childhood years, when their connection seemed permanent and unbreakable aspect of identity that required no conscious maintenance or deliberate cultivation, because it felt as natural and inevitable as breathing itself. The first shadow that fell across their peaceful existence came through maternal illness that began as simple cold but developed into bronchitis that medical knowledge of their era was inadequately equipped to address through effective treatment. Her gradual decline, creating anxiety that affected entire household as family members struggled to provide care, while maintaining hope that recovery might still be possible, despite accumulating evidence that conventional remedies were proving insufficient. The desperate measures that characterized final stages of her illness included every folk remedy and traditional treatment that mountain communities had developed through generations of dealing with similar medical crises. Yet her condition continued deteriorating. Despite dedicated nursing care and systematic application of therapeutic approaches that had proven effective in previous cases, where less severe respiratory conditions had been successfully resolved through patient attention and proper medication. The death that claimed their beloved mother occurred during winter season when natural cycles seemed to mirror family circumstances through dormancy and loss that characterized broader patterns of decline and renewal. Her passing, creating void in household organization that affected not only practical aspects of daily life, but emotional foundation that had provided stability and meaning during formative years when psychological development required consistent nurturing and guidance. The grief that consumed their father following maternal loss transformed him from patient teacher into desperate man whose judgment became clouded by determination to prevent additional tragedy through heroic action that logic and experience should have warned him was likely to create more problems than solutions. His decision to venture into dangerous mountain terrain during storm conditions, reflecting emotional state that prioritized hope over prudent assessment of realistic possibilities for success. The storm that claimed paternal life represented collision between human determination and natural forces that respected no amount of love or desperation, when basic safety principles were violated through decisions that placed emotional needs above rational consideration of risks that experienced mountain dwellers normally understood well enough to avoid through careful timing and adequate preparation that his grief had prevented him from maintaining during crisis that demanded clear thinking rather than heroic gestures. The discovery of their father's body after storm conditions improved provided tragic confirmation that their worst fears had been realized, while creating new reality, where twin 10-year-old boys were suddenly responsible for their own survival without adult guidance or support. Systems that normal childhood development assumed would continue providing security and direction throughout educational period, when independence was supposed to develop gradually rather than being forced through circumstances beyond their control. The aftermath of parental loss created situation where Muichiro and Yuichiro were forced to assume adult responsibilities while still possessing child-level understanding of world's complexities and dangers. Their survival, depending upon rapid development of practical skills and emotional resilience that should have been cultivated over years of supervised learning, rather than acquired through trial and error that carried consequences measured in terms of life and death rather than simple educational setbacks. The personality changes that emerged during this period of enforced independence reflected different coping strategies that each twin developed in response to trauma and responsibility that exceeded their psychological preparation. Muichiro's natural optimism beginning to waver under pressure, while Yuichiro's realistic outlook hardened into cynicism that served protective function, while gradually eroding faith in human goodness and possibility for positive outcomes that characterized normal childhood hope and confidence. The division of labor that they established for managing household survival created system where each twin specialized in activities that suited his developing personality and natural inclinations, yet also created dependencies that reinforced their bond while making independent function increasingly difficult as their roles became more defined and their individual capabilities more specialized according to practical necessities, rather than personal preferences or natural talents. The isolation that characterized their mountain existence became more pronounced after parental death, as community support systems proved inadequate for providing ongoing assistance that orphaned children required, while social connections that their parents had maintained gradually weakened through lack of continued contact and reciprocal obligations that required adult participation to sustain over extended periods when crisis management took precedence over relationship maintenance. The years that passed in this state of enforced self-reliance created educational experience that taught practical skills and emotional resilience, while depriving them of normal childhood experiences that might have provided broader perspective on human nature and social relationships. Their understanding of world, shaped primarily by necessity and survival concerns, rather than exploration and discovery that characterized healthy development under more secure circumstances. The night that would forever alter their trajectory began like countless others during a period when they had achieved stable routine that enabled survival while maintaining hope that circumstances might eventually improve sufficiently to allow planning for future that extended beyond immediate concerns about food, shelter, and basic safety that had dominated their existence since becoming orphaned and self-sufficient through necessity rather than choice or natural developmental progression. The demon that arrived during darkness represented supernatural threat that their mountain upbringing had never prepared them to recognize or resist. Its appearance shattering assumptions about nature of dangers that existed in world that they had believed was governed by natural laws and human limitations, rather than supernatural forces that operated according to different principles that made conventional defensive measures inadequate for ensuring survival against enemies whose capabilities exceeded normal parameters. The attack that followed initial contact demonstrated how quickly familiar environment could be transformed into battlefield, where normal rules of engagement became meaningless, while survival required responses that no amount of practical education could have anticipated or prepared them to implement effectively against opponent whose strength and resilience exceeded anything their experience had taught them to expect from hostile encounters with wildlife or human adversaries. Yuichiro's immediate response to supernatural threat reflected protective instincts that had been strengthened through years of shared survival, while demonstrating courage that transcended normal human limitations when someone beloved was threatened by forces that conventional wisdom suggested were impossible to resist through individual effort. His willingness to sacrifice himself for his brother's safety, representing ultimate expression of love that had sustained them through years of hardship and mutual dependence. The injury that cost Yuichiro his left arm occurred during desperate attempt to position himself between supernatural predator and vulnerable brother, whose safety had become more important than personal survival. His sacrifice buying time that might enable escape or effective resistance, while accepting permanent disability that would affect his future capabilities and independence in ways that made his heroic action even more selfless and psychologically significant for both participants. The insults and taunts that the demon directed toward their supposed worthlessness served strategic purpose of psychological warfare designed to undermine confidence and fighting effectiveness, while providing sadistic entertainment that reflected supernatural creatures' enjoyment of human suffering that exceeded simple hunger satisfaction to encompass deliberate cruelty that sought to maximize emotional damage alongside physical harm that conventional predation might have inflicted more efficiently but less entertainingly. The transformation that occurred within Muichiro during this ultimate crisis represented emergence of capabilities that desperate circumstances had awakened through combination of protective fury and supernatural potential that had remained dormant until life-threatening emergency created. Conditions where normal human limitations could be transcended through proper motivation and absolute necessity that enabled access to abilities that peaceful existence had never required or revealed. The makeshift weapons that became available during this desperate battle included every tool and household implement that could serve offensive purpose, their effectiveness multiplied by superhuman strength and speed that Crisis had unlocked, while fighting techniques emerged through intuitive understanding rather than formal training, creating combat effectiveness that exceeded anything previous experience should have enabled through conventional preparation or education. The systematic destruction of supernatural opponent that followed this awakening continued throughout night until dawn brought natural conclusion to encounter that had tested every limit of human potential while demonstrating how love could provide motivation that transcended individual survival concerns. Muichiro's relentless attack maintaining effectiveness despite exhaustion and injury that should have rendered continued resistance impossible under normal circumstances. The sunrise that marked victory over supernatural threat also illuminated devastating cost of successful defense, as Muichiro discovered extent of damage that battle had inflicted not only upon himself, but upon brother whose sacrifice had enabled survival while creating wounds that conventional medical treatment could not adequately address without professional assistance, that their isolated location made impossible to obtain quickly enough to prevent tragic outcomes. The final moments that he shared with dying Yuichiro provided opportunity for emotional exchange that attempted to bridge gap between their different approaches to life, while acknowledging bond that had sustained them through every challenge and would continue connecting them, even after death separated their physical existence. Yuichiro's last words expressing hope that his brother might survive and find meaning that their shared struggles had made possible. The prayer that Yuichiro offered during his final conscious moments reflected spiritual dimension that mountain upbringing had cultivated alongside practical skills. His appeal to heaven on behalf of surviving brother, demonstrating how completely his love transcended personal concerns, while accepting death as acceptable price for enabling Muichiro's continued existence and future development that might honor their parents' memory through achievements that orphaned childhood had seemed unlikely to make possible. The hand-holding that marked their final physical connection served as bridge between life and death that enabled emotional communication beyond words, while providing comfort that eased transition from shared existence to solitary survival. Their clasped fingers representing everything valuable about human relationships that supernatural threats sought to destroy through violence that separated people who belonged together according to natural law and moral obligation. The trauma that resulted from witnessing brother's death created psychological injury that exceeded physical damage while affecting memory formation and emotional processing in ways that made normal grieving impossible. Muichiro's mind, choosing amnesia over unbearable pain, while preserving only fragments of past experiences that could be endured without triggering complete psychological collapse that might have prevented continued function and survival. The personality transformation that accompanied memory loss reflected unconscious adoption of Yuichiro's more cynical worldview, as protective mechanism that enabled continued existence while abandoning optimistic outlook that had become psychologically impossible to maintain after experiencing to loss that challenged every assumption about justice and meaning that childhood faith had been built upon through years of mutual support and shared hope. The anger that remained, despite forgotten origins, provided emotional fuel that motivated demon-slaying career, while creating internal drive that could not be rationally explained, but generated effectiveness that exceeded normal human dedication through intensity that reflected accumulated pain that consciousness could not access, but psychology continued to process through displacement into socially acceptable forms of violence and professional service. And so Muichiro Tokito's story reminds us that sometimes the mind's mercy lies in forgetting what the heart cannot bear to remember, that identity can be both preserved and lost through the same protective mechanism, and that the deepest love sometimes survives only by transforming into something unrecognizable yet equally powerful, in its dedication to honoring what has been lost through service to causes that the beloved would have supported. Welcome to the most devastating tale of faith betrayed by innocence, where devotion to compassion became foundation for unspeakable tragedy, where blindness of body was transformed into clarity of spirit that could not prevent the massacre of those most precious to a gentle heart that had never learned to suspect evil in childish faces. This is the story of Gyomei Himejima, whose mountain of strength was built upon foundations of grief so profound that tears became his constant companions, whose prayers echoed with the names of children whose deaths he could not prevent despite possessing power that would eventually make him the strongest among all demon slayers, yet remained forever inadequate to protect the innocent from betrayal that emerged from within their own sacred sanctuary. In the shadow of mountains where ancient temples had stood for centuries as beacons of spiritual guidance and practical charity, where Buddhist traditions merged with community service to create refuge for society's most vulnerable members, there existed a sanctuary that embodied everything noble about human compassion and religious dedication. Its wooden halls echoing with prayers that had been offered continuously through generations of monks, whose lives were dedicated to serving others without expectation of recognition or material reward beyond satisfaction that came from alleviating suffering wherever it could be found and addressed. Through patient action, Gyomei Himejima arrived at this temple as a young man whose blindness had made conventional employment impossible, while his extraordinary physical strength remained largely unused, except for tasks that required raw power rather than visual coordination. His gentle nature and spiritual inclinations, making monastic life seem like natural progression that could channel his capabilities toward purposes that served broader community welfare rather than personal advancement or individual achievement that might have motivated someone whose circumstances offered more conventional opportunities for success and social recognition. The 9 children who became the center of his world represented society's most heartbreaking casualties. Orphans whose parents had been claimed by disease, poverty, violence, or simple abandonment that left them completely dependent upon institutional care that was rarely adequate to address their emotional needs, while providing basic physical necessities that enabled survival but offered limited prospects for normal development or future opportunities that more fortunate children could assume would naturally accompany healthy childhood experiences within stable family environments. The oldest among them, a boy whose premature wisdom reflected experiences that no child should have accumulated before reaching adolescence, served as unofficial leader who helped organize daily routines while providing emotional support for younger children whose trauma and insecurity required constant reassurance that they were safe and valued despite evidence from their previous experiences that suggested adults could not be trusted to maintain protective care without eventually abandoning or betraying those who depended upon their faithfulness and competence. The youngest of his charges barely possessed language sufficient to express basic needs and emotions, her developmental delays reflecting deprivation and trauma that had occurred during critical early years, when proper nurturing was essential for normal cognitive and emotional growth. Yet her sweet nature and obvious affection for those who showed her kindness created bonds that transcended verbal communication, while providing motivation for continued dedication, despite challenges that sometimes seemed insurmountable. Through conventional caregiving methods, the middle children, ranging in age from 5 to 12 years old, each carried unique combination of resilience and vulnerability that reflected their individual histories of loss and adaptation, their personalities shaped by experiences that had taught them to be suspicious of adult promises while desperately hoping that this sanctuary might prove different from previous situations where protection had been promised but never reliably delivered according to standards that children had every right to expect from those who assumed parental responsibilities. The daily routine that Gyomay established for managing their care reflected understanding that structure and predictability were essential for children whose previous experiences had been characterized by chaos and uncertainty, his blindness proving to be advantage rather than limitation, because it enabled him to focus completely upon voices, movements, and emotional undertones that revealed their psychological states more clearly than visual observation might have provided. Through superficial assessment of appearances that could be misleading or incomplete, the morning prayers that began each day served multiple purposes beyond religious observance, creating communal activity that reinforced bonds between children, while establishing peaceful atmosphere that helped settle anxieties that night. Terrors and awakening memories might have triggered during vulnerable transition periods when consciousness emerged from sleep that offered only temporary escape from trauma that remained active within subconscious processing systems that required careful management through consistent routine and emotional support. The educational activities that filled their afternoons reflected Gyomay's determination that these children should receive intellectual development alongside spiritual guidance. His teaching methods adapted to accommodate different learning abilities and attention spans that reflected various levels of educational deprivation and psychological readiness that characterized backgrounds where formal schooling had been interrupted or completely absent during periods when basic survival took precedence over academic advancement that seemed irrelevant compared to immediate needs. The meals that punctuated their days represented opportunities for social interaction and cultural education that went beyond simple nutrition to encompass lessons about gratitude, sharing, and appreciation for abundance that their previous experiences might not have taught them to recognize or value appropriately. Each shared bowl of rice carrying significance that extended beyond physical nourishment to encompass emotional feeding that helped heal wounds that starvation had created in both body and spirit through systematic deprivation. The evening storytelling sessions that concluded their daily routine provided entertainment that was carefully selected to inspire hope and moral development, without triggering traumatic memories that might have been awakened by tales containing violence or abandonment themes that would have been inappropriate for audience whose healing required exposure to narratives that emphasized protection, loyalty, and eventual triumph of good over evil through persistence and mutual support that characterized healthy human relationships. The temple grounds that surrounded their living space had been designed according to principles that promoted contemplation and spiritual development, while providing practical security that enabled children to explore and play without constant supervision that might have stifled normal childhood activities. The arrangement of buildings and gardens creating environment where freedom and safety could coexist through careful attention to potential hazards and escape routes that ensured protection without creating atmosphere of imprisonment or excessive restriction. The demon-repelling wards that protected their sanctuary represented ancient spiritual technology that Buddhist tradition had developed through centuries of dealing with supernatural threats that most people never suspected existed, their effectiveness depending upon proper maintenance and spiritual power that required genuine faith and consistent religious observance to sustain protective barriers that operated according to principles that transcended normal physical laws through metaphysical mechanisms that demanded complete understanding and dedication. The community relationships that Gyomay had cultivated with neighboring villages and religious institutions provided support network that enabled temple operations while creating social connections that benefited children through exposure to positive adult role models and normal family interactions that supplemented institutional care with broader social experience that was essential for healthy development and eventual integration into society that would be required when they reached adulthood and needed independent living skills. The supplies that sustained their daily operations came through combination of charitable donations and agricultural work that temple residents performed according to traditional Buddhist principles of self-sufficiency that reduced dependence upon external support while teaching valuable lessons about relationship between effort and reward that would serve children throughout their lives, regardless of career paths they eventually chose to pursue after leaving institutional protection. The medical care that Gyomay provided through traditional remedies and herbal treatments reflected knowledge that monastic training had provided alongside spiritual instruction. His understanding of human anatomy and healing techniques, enabling him to address minor injuries and illnesses that were inevitable consequences of active childhood, despite protective environment that minimized but could not eliminate all sources of physical danger or health complications that required prompt attention and appropriate treatment. The seasonal festivals that marked passage of time created opportunities for celebration and community interaction that helped children understand their place within broader cultural traditions, while providing memories of joy and belonging that could serve as psychological resources during future challenges that adult life would inevitably present. Each ceremony carrying significance that extended beyond immediate entertainment to encompass identity, formation, and social bonding that characterized healthy human development. The night that shattered their peaceful existence began with subtle disturbances that Gyomay's enhanced senses detected as variations in normal environmental patterns, sounds that seemed slightly wrong and atmospheric changes that suggested presence of something that did not belong within temple grounds, that had been consecrated and protected through years of careful spiritual maintenance and systematic attention to supernatural security measures that should have prevented unauthorized entry by malevolent forces. The child whose betrayal enabled disaster possessed psychological damage that exceeded anything Gyomay's experience had prepared him to recognize or address through conventional therapeutic approaches. Kaku's internal wounds, creating vulnerability to supernatural manipulation that operated below level of conscious awareness, while exploiting trauma responses that made resistance to demonic influence extremely difficult despite genuine affection for temple family and obvious benefits that sanctuary life provided compared to previous experiences of abandonment and abuse. The decision that led to breaking protective wards reflected complex mixture of fear, confusion, and supernatural compulsion that overwhelmed whatever rational judgment or moral restraint might have prevented actions that would have devastating consequences for people who had shown nothing but kindness and devotion to child whose previous experiences had provided little evidence that adults could be trusted to maintain protection without eventually failing or abandoning their responsibilities when circumstances became challenging or dangerous. The demon that gained entry through compromised defenses possessed power and malevolence that had been cultivated through centuries of predation and supernatural development, its capabilities exceeding anything that normal protective measures could contain once spiritual barriers had been breached, through actions that created openings sufficient for complete penetration of sanctuary that had previously been inviolate against supernatural assault due to proper maintenance of religious safeguards. The massacre that followed this breach of security proceeded with systematic efficiency that demonstrated supernatural creatures' experience with similar attacks on protected locations. Its approach designed to maximize suffering while preventing escape or effective resistance from victims whose terror and helplessness provided psychological satisfaction that supplemented physical consumption through sadistic pleasure, that characterized demonic psychology and motivational framework that prioritized cruelty over simple predation. The sounds that reached Guillaume's ears during initial moments of attack included screams, running footsteps, and structural damage that painted a horrific picture of violence that was occurring throughout temple grounds, while his blindness prevented visual confirmation of specific details that might have enabled more effective tactical response, forcing him to navigate crisis through auditory information that provided incomplete understanding of rapidly evolving situation that demanded immediate action despite inadequate intelligence. The prayer beads that became his weapons during desperate battle represented transformation of spiritual implements into instruments of physical resistance, their effectiveness multiplied by supernatural strength that had remained largely dormant until crisis awakened capabilities that peaceful temple life had never required or revealed, creating combat potential that could match demonic power through application of techniques that combined religious training with natural gifts that had been waiting for appropriate circumstances to manifest fully. The combat that followed represented collision between human determination and supernatural evil that tested every limit of physical and spiritual capability, while forcing Guillaume to employ violence that contradicted every principle of Gomei, Buddhist non-harm that had guided his approach to conflict, resolution throughout monastic career. Yet circumstances demanded responses that prioritized protection of innocent lives over philosophical consistency, that peaceful situations had never required him to abandon or modify. The children whose voices he could hear during battle provided both motivation and distraction as he struggled to reach them while engaging opponent whose capabilities exceeded normal human limitations. Their cries for help creating emotional pressure that affected tactical decision-making, while time constraints prevented careful strategic planning that might have enabled more effective protection through better positioning and coordinated defensive measures that required advanced preparation and adequate warning. The systematic elimination of his beloved charges proceeded despite his desperate efforts to intervene, each death representing personal failure that accumulated into psychological burden that would affect him throughout remaining lifetime, regardless of rational understanding that supernatural threats exceeded human capacity to prevent when proper warning and preparation were absent, creating guilt that logic could never adequately address through conventional therapeutic approaches or philosophical consolation. The dawn that brought natural conclusion to supernatural assault arrived too late to save most of those who had depended upon his protection, revealing devastation that exceeded his worst fears, while confirming that his strength and dedication had proven insufficient when faced with evil that transcended normal parameters of conflict and required responses that peaceful preparation had never equipped him to provide effectively, despite obvious physical capabilities and genuine devotion to welfare of those under his care. The authorities who arrived to investigate aftermath of Temple massacre lacked understanding of supernatural elements that had been responsible for tragedy. Their assessment based upon physical evidence that suggested human perpetrator rather than demonic attack, leading to conclusions that identified Gyomay as most likely suspect due to his presence at scene and obvious capability for violence that normal person could not have inflicted upon multiple victims without supernatural assistance that investigators had no framework for acknowledging. The trial that followed his arrest proceeded according to legal principles that assumed human agency and normal motivational frameworks, while completely ignoring possibility of supernatural intervention that would have explained physical evidence more accurately, testimony from surviving witnesses proving inadequate to establish alternative explanation that might have exonerated someone whose obvious grief and genuine devotion to children contradicted prosecution theory about murderous intent and psychological instability. The death sentence that concluded legal proceedings reflected judicial system's inability to process evidence that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality and human nature, while creating final injustice that added legal persecution to personal tragedy that had already destroyed everything meaningful about Gyomay's existence, his acceptance of execution representing recognition that worldly justice was often inadequate for addressing situations that exceeded normal human understanding or capability. The intervention by Kagaya Ubuyashiki that saved him from execution represented recognition of truth that conventional wisdom had been unable to acknowledge. Demon Slayer leaders' understanding of supernatural threats, enabling proper interpretation of evidence, while his authority provided means for legal intervention that could override judicial mistakes based upon incomplete understanding of forces that operated beyond normal human experience, but within Demon Slayer expertise and operational knowledge. The recruitment into Demon Slayer Corps that followed his rescue provided opportunity for channeling grief and strength toward purposes that could prevent similar tragedies while honoring memory of children whose deaths had been caused by his inability to protect them from threats that proper training and preparation might have enabled him to resist more effectively, creating meaning from meaningless loss through service that could help others avoid experiencing similar devastation. The stone-breathing techniques that he developed reflected combination of natural strength and spiritual discipline that temple training had provided, creating combat effectiveness that could overcome supernatural threats while maintaining connection to religious principles that had guided his approach to human relationships throughout life, dedicated to service and protection of those sei who could not protect themselves against forces that exceeded normal human defensive capabilities. The tears that became his constant companions served as permanent reminder of loss that could never be forgotten or adequately processed through conventional mourning, while providing motivation that sustained dedication to preventing similar tragedies through systematic elimination of supernatural threats that preyed upon innocent people whose safety depended upon trained warriors whose capabilities could match demonic power through proper technique and absolute commitment. And so Gyomay Himejima's story teaches us that the greatest strength is often forged in the crucible of unbearable loss, that faith tested by ultimate betrayal can emerge deeper and more meaningful than untested belief, and that sometimes the most powerful warriors are created not by victory but by failure so complete that dedication to preventing similar suffering becomes the only path toward redemption and meaning in lives, forever changed by moments When protection was needed most yet proved tragically insufficient. Welcome to the most heartbreaking transformation from love to hatred, where poverty crushed dreams beneath its merciless weight, where filial devotion became instrument of ultimate tragedy, and where a young man's desperate attempts to save his dying father created cascade of loss so devastating that only supernatural evil could promise escape from pain that exceeded human capacity to endure without complete destruction of everything noble and pure that had once defined his low, essential nature. This is the story of Hakuji, who would become Akaza through suffering so absolute that death seemed preferable to continued existence, yet whose demonic transformation could never fully erase the human heart that continued beating beneath supernatural power, creating eternal torment that made him simultaneously the most pitiable and most dangerous of all demons who had once walked as men among their fellow human beings. In the crushing poverty of Edo period Japan, where social mobility was myth and economic hardship was inherited like family name, where dignity was luxury that survival could rarely afford, and hope was dangerous indulgence that led to disappointment, more crushing than resigned acceptance of unchangeable circumstances, there lived a boy whose love for his father burned so brightly that it would eventually consume everything else in his life, transforming devotion into destruction through series of choices that began with noble intent, yet led inevitably toward damnation that no amount of good intentions could prevent or reverse once set in motion. Hakuji emerged into consciousness within walls that creaked with age and poverty, where every meal was negotiation with starvation, and every day brought fresh evidence that the world contained more suffering than justice, more cruelty than compassion. Yet somehow, this environment that should have bred cynicism and self-preservation instead nurtured heart, so capable of love that it would willingly embrace criminality and ultimately accept damnation if such sacrifices might purchase even temporary relief for someone whose welfare mattered more than personal safety or social reputation or any consideration beyond filial duty that defined his entire sense of purpose and moral obligation. The father who shaped his understanding of honor and sacrifice represented everything admirable about human nature, despite circumstances that would have justified bitterness or abandonment of responsibility. His dignity maintained despite economic circumstances that made normal parental obligations impossible to fulfill, while his gentle wisdom provided educational foundation that emphasized moral principles over practical advantages, creating framework for decision-making that would guide his son toward choices that honored human values even when those choices led toward consequences that conventional wisdom would have avoided through compromise or abandonment of idealistic standards. The illness that gradually consumed paternal strength manifested through symptoms that required medical intervention beyond their economic means, creating situation where love was forced to watch helplessly as disease progressed according to natural processes that could be arrested or reversed through treatments that remained accessible to wealthy families, while being completely unavailable to those whose poverty made them invisible to. Social systems that distributed healing according to ability to pay rather than severity of need or worthiness of recipient based upon character or contribution to community welfare. The medicine that could have provided relief or cure carried price tags that exceeded anything honest labor could hope to accumulate within time frames that medical necessity demanded, creating mathematical equation where conventional morality led towards certain death, while criminal activity offered only pathway toward resources that could potentially save life. that mattered more than abstract ethical principles, or social conventions that seemed designed to protect property rather than preserve human existence when fundamental conflicts arose between legal obligations and moral imperatives. The decision to embrace theft as means of acquiring necessary medical supplies reflected conscious choice to prioritize filial love over social acceptance, personal safety, and legal compliance, accepting risks that included imprisonment, violence, and social ostracism as acceptable prices for opportunity to demonstrate devotion through actions that transcended normal boundaries of acceptable behavior, while maintaining hope that father's life could be preserved through determined effort and willingness to sacrifice everything else, including personal honor and future prospects for conventional happiness or social integration. The techniques that Hakuji developed for systematic stealing required intelligence and physical capability that might have enabled legitimate success in different circumstances, his natural talents for planning and execution being channeled toward activities that society condemned while necessity demanded, creating expertise in criminal behavior that reflected same dedication and attention to detail that more fortunate individuals could direct towards socially acceptable pursuits that provided similar challenges without creating legal jeopardy or moral compromise. The success that he achieved in accumulating necessary resources through theft provided temporary hope that medical intervention might still be possible despite delayed treatment that had allowed disease to progress beyond early stages. When intervention would have been more effective, each acquired medicine or treatment representing small victory over circumstances, while accumulating evidence that determination and sacrifice could overcome obstacles that seemed insurmountable through conventional approaches, limited by economic constraints and social indifference. The psychological burden that accompanied criminal activity created internal conflict between pride in successful devotion to filial duty and shame about methods that violated moral principles his father had taught him to value above personal advantage or immediate gratification. This tension reflecting broader contradiction between love that demanded action and ethical framework that condemned effective action as morally unacceptable, despite circumstances that made alternative approaches inadequate for addressing urgent medical needs. The community response to his criminal activities reflected social attitudes that prioritized property protection over human welfare, while demonstrating how economic systems created situations where legal behavior and moral behavior could become incompatible when survival needs exceeded resources that legitimate employment could provide, their condemnation focusing on method rather than motivation, while ignoring systemic failures that made criminal activity seem like only viable option for addressing desperate circumstances. The discovery of his theft that reached paternal awareness created precisely the outcome that Hakuji had hoped to prevent, as knowledge of criminal activity undertaken on his behalf caused emotional suffering that exceeded physical pain of illness, while destroying dignity that had been maintained despite poverty through commitment to honest behavior and moral principles that criminal activity had violated regardless of motivation or beneficial intentions that had guided decisions to embrace illegal means for achieving worthy objectives. The conversation that followed this revelation provided opportunity for paternal wisdom to address moral complexity of situation, while acknowledging love that had motivated criminal behavior without condoning methods that violated principles both father and son had been raised to honor despite circumstances that made adherence to such standards extremely difficult when immediate survival and medical necessity created pressures that conventional morality seemed inadequately equipped to address through acceptable alternatives. The suicide that concluded this conversation represented ultimate expression of parental love that chose death over being cause of son's moral corruption, accepting personal extinction as preferable alternative to watching beloved child abandon ethical principles through continued criminal activity that had been undertaken for sake of prolonging life that no longer seemed worth preserving if its continuation required systematic violation of moral standards that defined essential human dignity and self-worth that made existence meaningful beyond simple biological survival. The note that explained paternal reasoning attempted to transform death from abandonment into gift that would free son from criminal necessity, while providing lesson about relationship between honor and love that valued moral integrity above physical existence. Yet this sacrifice that was intended to restore son's ability to choose legal behavior instead created grief so overwhelming that rational thought became impossible, while emotional pain exceeded anything that previous hardship had, produced through accumulated disappointment and frustration. The guilt that consumed Hakuji following paternal death focused not upon criminal activity that had triggered suicide, but upon failure to recognize how knowledge of theft would affect father, whose dignity depended upon maintaining moral principles despite economic hardship, self-blame, creating psychological torture that made normal grieving impossible, while transforming loss into permanent wound that affected every subsequent decision and relationship through filter of responsibility that could never be adequately addressed through conventional healing or therapeutic intervention. The period that followed paternal death involved wandering and violence that reflected inability to process grief through normal channels, while accumulated anger sought outlets that provided temporary relief from emotional pain that threatened sanity, his physical strength and combat skills being channeled toward destructive activities that society condemned, while offering only means he could discover for expressing internal turmoil that exceeded capacity for normal emotional regulation, or social integration that required psychological stability he no longer possessed. The martial arts master who eventually found him represented intervention that provided alternative framework for channeling destructive energy toward constructive purposes, while offering surrogate family relationship that might enable healing from trauma that had disrupted normal development and social function. Keizo's recognition of potential beneath antisocial behavior, reflecting wisdom about human nature that enabled perception of essential goodness, despite surface manifestations that would have deterred less experienced or compassionate observers from attempting rehabilitation. The dojo that became his new home provided structured environment where discipline and physical training could serve therapeutic functions, while social connections with fellow students offered opportunities for normal human interaction that criminal period had made impossible, creating conditions where healing might occur through systematic development of skills and relationships that restored sense of purpose and belonging, that grief had destroyed through psychological damage that conventional approaches to mourning had proven inadequate to address. The training regimen that shaped his development emphasized not only physical techniques, but philosophical principles that provided framework for ethical decision-making, while channeling natural aggression toward protective rather than destructive purposes. His extraordinary talent for martial arts creating potential for achievement that might restore self-worth while contributing to community welfare through capabilities that could serve beneficial rather than criminal objectives that had previously defined his relationship with social expectations and legal obligations. The relationship with Koyuki that gradually developed from training partnership into romantic attachment represented first experience of love that was not complicated by desperation or moral compromise. Her affection, providing emotional healing that enabled him to imagine future that included happiness and normal human connections, rather than continued existence defined primarily by guilt and accumulated trauma that had seemed impossible to overcome through individual effort or conventional therapeutic approaches that assumed psychological resilience he no longer possessed. The marriage proposal that he eventually offered represented commitment to building life based upon mutual affection and shared values rather than criminal necessity or overwhelming obligation. Their engagement, creating framework for normal adult development that included consideration for another person's welfare without desperate urgency that had characterized his relationship with dying father, enabling him to experience protective instincts that enhanced rather than threatened moral integrity through socially acceptable expression of devotion and responsibility. The happiness that characterized this period of his life provided contrast that made subsequent loss even more devastating, while demonstrating how completely human nature could recover from trauma when appropriate support and meaningful relationships enabled healing process that restored capacity for hope and normal emotional investment in future that seemed to offer genuine possibilities for contentment and social integration that criminal period had made impossible through systematic alienation from legal society and conventional moral frameworks. The rival dojo, whose jealousy motivated systematic campaign of harassment and eventual murder, represented collision between personal happiness and social forces that operated according to competitive principles rather than moral considerations. Their inability to accept his success and integration into legitimate society, reflecting broader patterns of resentment and violence that made normal life precarious for anyone whose achievements exceeded expectations or challenged established hierarchies through superior capability or dedication. The poisoning that claimed both Koyuki and Keizo occurred through methods that enabled perpetrators to avoid direct confrontation while inflicting maximum psychological damage upon intended victim whose happiness had become intolerable to observers whose own failures or limitations made comparative success feel like personal insult that demanded violent response, regardless of moral considerations or consequences that such actions might create for innocent people, whose only crime was association with someone whose achievements inspired envy rather than admiration. The discovery of their bodies created psychological impact that exceeded anything previous trauma had produced, while destroying every foundation for hope and normal human connection that recovery period had established through patient effort and therapeutic relationships. Their death, representing not only personal loss, but systematic destruction of evidence that healing and happiness were possible for someone whose background might otherwise have suggested continued criminal behavior or social alienation, were inevitable outcomes. The investigation that revealed poisoning as cause of death provided confirmation that deliberate murder, rather than natural illness or accident, had claimed people whose love had enabled his psychological recovery while contributing to safe community through teaching and martial arts instruction that benefited students and broader society, their killing representing pure evil that exceeded any justification based upon competition or professional jealousy that might have excused less extreme forms of harassment or business rivalry. The identification of rival dojo as source of murders created opportunity for legal justice through official channels that should have provided appropriate response to criminal behavior while enabling him to maintain moral principles that training and relationship with Koyuki had restored after criminal period had threatened to permanently corrupt his approach to conflict resolution, yet legal processes seemed inadequately responsive to urgency of situation, while official investigation proceeded according to bureaucratic timeline that ignored emotional necessity for immediate action. The rage that consumed him following confirmation of deliberate murder transcended normal human emotion, while accessing reserves of physical and psychological power that peaceful period had left dormant, his fury combining grief with systematic determination to eliminate every person responsible for destroying happiness that had seemed to represent permanent escape from trauma and criminal behavior that previous circumstances had forced upon him despite moral preferences that had always favored legal and ethical approaches to problem solving. The massacre that followed his arrival at rival dojo proceeded with efficiency that demonstrated how completely training and natural talent could be channeled toward destructive purposes, when normal moral restraints were overwhelmed by grief and rage that exceeded rational thought, while providing temporary sense of meaningful action in response to losses that seemed impossible to accept through conventional grieving processes that assumed some degree of philosophical framework for understanding tragedy within broader context of life's meaning and purpose. The systematic elimination of everyone associated with rival school reflected not only desire for justice, but psychological need to ensure that capability for similar future actions was permanently destroyed, while creating visible demonstration of consequences that awaited anyone who might consider similar attacks upon innocent people whose only vulnerability was association with someone whose success or happiness inspired resentment that led to violent action rather than self-improvement or competitive effort. The scene that remained after his vengeance was complete, exceeded anything normal human violence could have produced, while demonstrating how completely martial arts mastery could be perverted toward purposes that contradicted every principle such training was designed to instill. Yet the devastation reflected love, rather than hatred as primary motivation, making moral evaluation complex despite obvious criminal nature of actions that legal system would be obligated to condemn, regardless of emotional justification or provocation that had triggered response. The physical evidence that resulted from bare-handed combat created crime scenes so horrific that initial investigators assumed supernatural agency rather than human perpetrator, blood and destruction exceeding anything normal person could have inflicted, while suggesting capabilities that transcended normal human limitations despite obvious signs of martial arts techniques being employed with systematic precision that demonstrated training rather than random violence or accidental injury caused through self-defense or panic responses. Muzan's arrival at scene of massacre represented recognition of potential that exceeded normal demon recruitment standards, while identifying individual whose combination of physical capability and psychological damage made him ideal candidate for transformation that could enhance existing abilities while providing eternal existence that might enable continued pursuit of objectives that mortal lifetime would be insufficient to complete, according to standards of thoroughness that his personality demanded for achieving satisfactory resolution of conflicts. The offer of demonic transformation presented itself as solution to limitations that mortality imposed upon someone whose goals required capabilities beyond normal human parameters, while providing escape from grief that threatened sanity, through emotional intensity that exceeded capacity for psychological healing within normal lifespan that remained available for addressing trauma and loss through conventional therapeutic approaches that assumed human resilience and social support systems that were no longer available or adequate. The acceptance of supernatural transformation reflected conscious choice to abandon humanity in exchange for power that might enable protection of others from experiencing similar losses, while ensuring that capability for vengeance would never again be limited by mortal constraints that had prevented immediate response to threats until damage had already been inflicted upon people whose safety should have taken precedence over legal procedures or social conventions that prioritized property and process over human welfare. The physical changes that accompanied demonic transformation enhanced existing capabilities while creating new forms of power that exceeded anything martial arts training could have developed through normal practice and discipline, yet also eliminated capacity for normal human relationships and emotional satisfaction that had made happiness possible during brief period when love and belonging had provided healing from earlier trauma and criminal behavior that had characterized response to paternal illness and death. The psychological consequences of transformation included retention of human memories and emotional attachments that created permanent internal conflict between demonic nature that demanded predation and human consciousness that continued to value protection of innocent people. This contradiction, ensuring that supernatural existence would be characterized by eternal torture rather than simple evil that might have been psychologically easier to accept if complete moral transformation had accompanied physical changes. The centuries that followed initial transformation involved systematic search for meaning and purpose that could justify continued existence while providing framework for understanding relationship between power and responsibility that demonic nature complicated through creation of appetites and instincts that contradicted human moral framework, yet remained partially constrained by memories and values that supernatural transformation had been unable to completely eliminate, despite fundamental alteration of physical capabilities and social relationships. And so Hokuji's transformation into Akaza represents ultimate tragedy of love corrupted by circumstances beyond individual control, where devotion became destruction through series of choices that began with noble intent, yet led inevitably toward damnation, that preserved human heart within demonic form, creating eternal conflict between what he had been and what necessity had forced him to become, ensuring that every moment of supernatural existence would be haunted by memories of happiness that could never be recovered, despite power that exceeded every limitation, except the fundamental inability to resurrect what had been lost, through transformation that promised everything while delivering only endless torment disguised as strength. Welcome to the most elegant tragedy of vengeance disguised as healing, where genuine kindness was transformed into performance art through loss so devastating that authentic emotion became impossible to sustain, where the gentlest soul among all demon slayers carried poison in her heart that was more deadly than any toxin she ever crafted for her blade. This is the story of Shinobu Kocho, whose butterfly wings concealed thorns sharp enough to pierce demon flesh, whose constant smile masked rage so pure and focused that it would ultimately consume her as completely as any demon she had ever eliminated, creating legacy of protection built upon foundation of hatred that no amount of scientific precision or medical knowledge could ever adequately disguise or transform into something resembling peace. In the gardens where butterflies danced among flowers that bloomed in cycles of death and rebirth, where beauty and fragility existed in constant tension with hidden strength and adaptive resilience, where the delicate appearance of winged creatures concealed survival mechanisms honed through millions of years of evolutionary pressure that had taught them to navigate between predators and prey while maintaining grace that made their existence seem effortless, despite constant vigilance required. For continued survival in a world that contained more dangers than safe harbors, there lived two sisters whose bond would be tested by supernatural evil that recognized no distinction between innocent and guilty when hunger demanded satisfaction and cruelty provided entertainment that exceeded simple nutritional necessity. Shinobu Kocho emerged into awareness within household, where compassion was not merely philosophical concept, but practical approach to daily existence, where healing arts were practiced alongside martial disciplines that enabled protection of those who could not protect themselves, where scientific curiosity was encouraged to flourish alongside spiritual development that provided framework for understanding relationship between individual welfare and community responsibility that extended beyond family loyalty to encompass systematic service to broader human society that faced threats most people never suspected existed in shadows, just beyond ordinary perception and conventional understanding of natural law. The childhood that she shared with her older sister Kanai unfolded within an environment that balanced intellectual stimulation with emotional nurturing, their parents providing educational foundation that emphasized both practical skills and ethical principles, while encouraging development of individual talents and personalities that complemented each other despite differences in temperament and approach to problem solving that would eventually distinguish their respective contributions to Demon Slayer service and broader mission of protecting innocent people from supernatural threats that conventional authorities were inadequately equipped to address through normal law enforcement or military intervention. Kanei's influence during these formative years represented everything noble about human nature expressed through personality that seemed incapable of harboring genuine malice or sustained resentment, even when circumstances might have justified such responses. Her natural inclination toward forgiveness and understanding, creating atmosphere where moral development could proceed according to higher standards, while practical wisdom prevented idealism from becoming dangerous naivety that might have compromised effectiveness when confronting genuine evil that required decisive action rather than diplomatic negotiation or therapeutic intervention. The destruction that claimed their family occurred with suddenness that left no time for preparation or strategic response. Demon attack, eliminating parents whose protection had seemed permanent and reliable while forcing recognition that safety was illusion that could be shattered without warning by forces that operated according to principles that had nothing to do with justice or moral consideration, their survival depending upon luck and circumstance rather than planning or defensive measures that conventional wisdom might have suggested could provide adequate security against supernatural predation. The aftermath of this familial catastrophe created a situation where two young sisters were suddenly responsible for their own survival while processing grief that exceeded their psychological preparation for such devastating loss. Their adaptation to orphan status requiring development of independence and self-reliance that normal childhood development would have introduced gradually, rather than demanding immediate mastery of skills and emotional resilience that should have been cultivated over years of supervised learning rather than acquired through necessity that admitted no alternatives to successful adaptation. The decision to pursue Demon Slayer careers reflected both desire for vengeance and commitment to preventing other families from experiencing similar destruction. Their shared dedication to supernatural combat, representing conscious choice to channel grief toward constructive purposes, while accepting risks that such service entailed for individuals whose combat experience remained limited despite obvious potential and fierce motivation that could compensate for technical limitations through sheer determination and willingness to sacrifice personal safety for mission success. The training that prepared them for Demon Slayer service emphasized different aspects of supernatural combat that reflected their individual strengths and temperamental differences. Kane's natural affinity for traditional sword techniques being complemented by Shinobu's intellectual approach that sought to understand demon physiology and supernatural mechanics through scientific analysis that could reveal vulnerabilities that pure combat prowess might overlook or fail to exploit effectively during actual encounters with enemies whose capabilities exceeded normal human parameters. The partnership that characterized their early missions demonstrated how complementary skills and perspectives could create tactical effectiveness that exceeded what either sister might have achieved through individual effort, their coordination reflecting not only shared training but emotional bond that enabled intuitive communication and mutual support during combat situations where split-second decisions could determine survival outcomes for themselves and civilians whose protection remained primary objective, despite personal risks that such dedication entailed. The philosophy that guided their approach to demon elimination differed significantly from more aggressive methodologies that other demon slayers employed. Kane's influence promoting understanding and compassion that extended even towards supernatural enemies while maintaining tactical effectiveness necessary for mission success. Her belief that demons retain traces of human nature, creating framework for engagement that sought to minimize suffering while achieving necessary elimination of threats that could not be reformed or redirected toward beneficial purposes. The missions that filled their shared service period provided opportunities to test theoretical approaches against practical realities of supernatural combat while building reputation for effectiveness that reflected combination of technical skill and ethical commitment that distinguished their service from purely militaristic approaches that prioritized victory over consideration for collateral damage or psychological impact upon civilian populations whose protection justified Demon Slayer operations, but whose welfare required careful attention to methods employed during elimination activities. The relationship between sisters during this period reflected deepening bond that transcended normal sibling affection to encompass professional partnership and mutual dependence that made their individual identities increasingly difficult to separate, each becoming extension of others' capabilities, while maintaining distinct personalities and specialized skills that contributed to collective effectiveness in ways that pure individual achievement could never have accomplished, despite obvious talents that both possessed in abundance. The encounter with Upper Moon 2 that would forever alter their dynamic began as routine investigation into disappearances that had been occurring in area where previous Demon Slayer operations had proven inadequate for identifying or eliminating supernatural threat, responsible for systematic predation that suggested opponent whose capabilities exceeded normal demon parameters, while indicating intelligence and strategic thinking that made conventional approach and elimination techniques potentially insufficient for achieving mission success without careful planning and tactical innovation. Doma's appearance during this investigation revealed immediately that they were facing threat that exceeded anything their previous experience had prepared them to handle. His casual confidence and obvious power, creating tactical situation where normal combat approaches would prove inadequate, while his psychological manipulation techniques threatened to undermine coordination and decision-making, processes that their effectiveness depended upon maintaining, despite intimidation and supernatural influence that could affect judgment and emotional stability necessary for optimal performance. The battle that developed from initial contact demonstrated how quickly situations could evolve beyond planned parameters when facing opponents whose capabilities included not only superior physical power but sophisticated understanding of human psychology that could be exploited to create additional advantages beyond simple strength and resilience that characterized most demon encounters. Doma's sadistic pleasure in psychological torture, adding strategic dimension that made conventional tactical responses inadequate for achieving survival outcomes that mission success required. Kanai's response to this unprecedented threat reflected her natural inclination toward protective action that prioritized Shinobu's safety over tactical considerations that might have enabled more effective combined assault. Her decision to engage superior opponent, individually representing conscious sacrifice that accepted probable death as preferable alternative to allowing beloved sister to face dangers that her experience and instincts suggested were likely to prove fatal, regardless of combined effort or coordinated strategy that their training had emphasized as optimal approach. The intervention that Kanai attempted involved positioning herself between supernatural threat and vulnerable sister, while employing flower-breathing techniques that had been perfected through years of dedicated practice. Yet her individual capabilities proved inadequate against opponent whose power exceeded anything normal Demon Slayer training had been designed to address through conventional sword techniques that assumed approximate parity between human skill and demonic strength when properly applied through correct breathing methods and tactical positioning. The injury that Doma inflicted during this desperate engagement exceeded normal combat damage to encompass supernatural toxin that prevented normal healing, while creating systematic organ failure that medical knowledge of the era was completely inadequate to address through conventional treatment, her condition deteriorating according to supernatural timetable that made recovery impossible. Despite every effort that love and medical expertise could provide for addressing symptoms that transcended normal understanding of injury and disease. The final conversation that occurred during Kanei's dying hours provided opportunity for transmission of wisdom and moral guidance that would shape Shinobu's future approach to Demon Slayer service, while establishing emotional framework that would influence every subsequent decision about methodology and objectives that would define her career as active Demon Slayer. Her sister's words creating legacy of compassion that would compete with rage for dominance over psychological orientation towards supernatural combat and demon elimination activities. The death that claimed Kanei occurred despite medical intervention and spiritual support that represented everything contemporary knowledge could offer for addressing supernatural injury. Her passing, creating void in Shinobu's existence that could never be adequately filled through alternative relationships or professional achievements, while transforming every subsequent experience through filter of loss that made genuine happiness impossible to achieve or sustain, despite superficial appearance of contentment and emotional stability that her public persona maintained. The funeral that marked transition from shared service to solitary career represented not only personal loss but professional transformation that required development of independent identity and tactical approach that could no longer rely upon sister's complementary abilities and emotional support. Her commitment to continuing Demon Slayer operations, despite devastating grief, reflecting conscious decision to honor memory through service that maintained shared objectives while adapting methods to accommodate psychological changes that loss had created. The rage that began growing within her during mourning period represented fundamental alteration of emotional landscape that transformed genuine compassion into performed kindness, while creating internal drive toward vengeance that would gradually consume every other motivation despite conscious efforts to maintain philosophical principles that Kanei's influence had established as foundation for ethical decision-making and tactical planning that had previously guided their shared approach to supernatural combat. The mask that she developed for concealing this transformation involved systematic performance of cheerful demeanor and gentle speech patterns that maintained public image consistent with her reputation while hiding psychological changes that would have alarmed colleagues and superiors who depended upon her continued effectiveness and emotional stability for mission success, that required clear judgment and rational decision-making rather than revenge-driven behavior that could compromise operational security and civilian safety. The scientific research that became her specialty reflected channeling of intellectual capabilities toward development of more effective demon elimination techniques, while providing socially acceptable outlet for systematic study of supernatural physiology and toxicology that could serve vengeful purposes disguised as professional development and technical innovation that would benefit entire Demon Slayer organization through improved understanding of enemy capabilities and effective countermeasures. The poison development that occupied increasing amounts of her time and attention represented practical application of chemical knowledge toward creation of weapons that could overcome supernatural resilience and regeneration that made conventional sword techniques inadequate for achieving permanent elimination of demons whose physical capabilities exceeded normal parameters, her innovations providing tactical advantages that could supplement reduced physical strength, while enabling more efficient demon destruction through scientific precision rather than pure combat prowess. The insect-breathing techniques that she perfected reflected adaptation of traditional Demon Slayer methods to accommodate individual physical limitations, while maximizing effectiveness of chemical weapons that had become her primary tactical advantage, her combat style emphasizing speed and precision over strength, while creating delivery system for toxins that could achieve necessary demon elimination through scientific means rather than conventional decapitation that her physical thouged capabilities made difficult to accomplish against larger or more powerful supernatural opponents. The medical practice that provided cover for research activities enabled her to maintain public service and humanitarian reputation while conducting experiments and toxin development that served revenge agenda disguised as professional dedication to healing and protection of innocent people, her dual identity creating psychological compartmentalization that prevented conscious recognition of extent to which vengeance had replaced compassion as primary motivation for continued Demon Slayer service and technical innovation. The Butterfly Mansion that became her headquarters reflected combination of legitimate medical facility and research laboratory that enabled systematic study of demon physiology while providing treatment for injured demon slayers whose recovery supported organizational effectiveness and mission success, yet also served as base of operations for developing increasingly sophisticated poisoning techniques that would eventually enable her to challenge supernatural opponents whose power had previously made direct confrontation impossible for someone of her physical capabilities. The students who trained under her supervision received instruction that combined traditional Demon Slayer techniques with innovative approaches that reflected her scientific understanding and tactical adaptation, their education emphasizing precision and efficiency, while maintaining ethical framework that honored traditional values despite methodological innovations that represented departure from conventional approaches to supernatural combat and Belashans. Demon elimination procedures that had been established through generations of accumulated experience. The mission assignments that she accepted during this period increasingly involved encounters with powerful demons whose elimination required specialized approaches that conventional sword techniques could not adequately address. her reputation for handling difficult cases, reflecting combination of scientific innovation and systematic preparation that enabled success against supernatural opponents whose capabilities exceeded normal demon slayer parameters, while providing opportunities to test and refine poisoning methods that would eventually enable confrontation with target that had motivated years of research and tactical development. The psychological preparation that accompanied her technical advancement involved systematic suppression of normal emotional responses while maintaining surface appearance of stability and compassion that concealed growing obsession with revenge that had become primary organizing principle for all personal and professional decisions, her internal transformation remaining largely invisible to colleagues whose concern for her welfare was successfully deflected through performance of contentment and dedication to service that satisfied superficial observation while hiding fundamental changes in motivation and psychological orientation. The final confrontation that she sought with Doma represented culmination of years of preparation and tactical innovation designed to overcome power differential that had made Kanae's death inevitable. Her approach involving calculated self-sacrifice that transformed her own body into delivery system for poison that could achieve necessary elimination while accepting personal destruction as acceptable price for completing vengeance that had become more important than survival or continued service to Demon Slayer organization that had provided framework for technical development and mission opportunities. And so Shinobu Kocho's tragedy demonstrates how love transformed into hatred can consume even the gentlest souls, how the pursuit of vengeance can corrupt noble intentions while maintaining appearance of heroic service, and how sometimes the greatest sacrifice comes not from dying for others, but from living with internal poison that makes authentic happiness impossible, while demanding performance of emotions that died along with those whose loss created wounds that no amount of scientific knowledge or technical innovation could ever adequately heal through conventional therapeutic approaches or passage of time. Welcome to the final day of innocence, where morning routines masked the approaching apocalypse that would transform simple mountain life into legend written in blood and tears, where the ordinary love of an extraordinary family would become foundation for epic struggle between human compassion and demonic evil that would reshape the very meaning of strength and sacrifice. This is the story of the Kamado family's last dawn together, when charcoal dust still clung to gentle hands that had never held a sword, when laughter still echoed through wooden halls that would soon know only silence, when the warmth of familial bonds burned so brightly that not even supernatural darkness could completely extinguish the light they had kindled through years of quiet devotion and mutual care that asked for nothing from the world except the privilege of loving each other without reservation or fear. In the mountain sanctuary where snow fell like cherry blossoms out of season, where ancient cedar trees whispered secrets that only the wind could understand, where time moved according to rhythms older than human memory, yet felt as familiar as heartbeat to those who had learned to listen to nature's eternal song, there stood a house that had sheltered generations of Kamado ancestors, whose lives had been measured not in grand achievements or public recognition, but in accumulated moments of kindness, service, and love that created invisible legacy, stronger than stone monuments or written histories that recorded only what observers deemed worthy of preservation for posterity. The dwelling itself seemed to breathe with contentment of family life, proceeding according to patterns that required no conscious thought or deliberate planning, its wooden beams weathered smooth by seasons of mountain storms, yet still solid enough to support dreams and aspirations that grew like wildflowers in carefully tended garden of mutual affection and shared responsibility. every room holding memories that had been layered like sediment through years of celebrations and sorrows, triumphs and disappointments that had been transformed through love into wisdom that guided daily decisions and long-term hopes. Tanjiro Kamado awakened that final morning with awareness sharpened by enhanced senses that made him conscious of subtle atmospheric changes that others might have missed entirely. His extraordinary perception, revealing information about household conditions and emotional states of family members that enabled him to anticipate needs and provide support before requests were made, or problems became serious enough to disrupt domestic harmony that his leadership helped maintain through patient attention to countless details that collectively created an environment where everyone could flourish according to individual nature and capabilities. The responsibility that he carried as eldest son had evolved naturally from childhood games into adult obligations without creating resentment or sense of burden. His protective instincts toward younger siblings and devotion to his mother's welfare, providing meaning and direction that made personal sacrifices feel like privileges rather than impositions, each act of service contributing to family well-being that justified whatever effort or inconvenience might be required for maintaining standards of care and mutual support that had been established through generations of accumulated wisdom and practical experience. His mother, Kia Kamado, moved through morning routine with grace that transformed mundane household tasks into expressions of love, her gentle efficiency demonstrating how completely she had embraced role as family anchor, whose emotional stability and practical wisdom provided foundation that enabled others to pursue individual development while maintaining connections that bound them together through shared values and mutual obligation that felt natural rather than imposed through external authority or conventional social expectations about appropriate family relationships. The widowhood that had shaped her approach to parenting reflected conscious decision to honor her deceased husband's memory through continued dedication to principles and priorities that had guided their shared vision for family, life, her success in maintaining household harmony, despite absence of paternal authority, demonstrating strength that operated through quiet consistency rather than dramatic gestures, creating atmosphere where children could develop confidence and independence while understanding that ultimate security came through family bonds that transcended individual circumstances or external challenges. Nezuko Kamado emerged from sleep with a smile that seemed to capture essence of mountain sunrise, her presence transforming ordinary kitchen activities into celebration of domestic cooperation and sisterly affection that made even difficult tasks feel enjoyable when shared with someone whose enthusiasm and natural grace elevated routine maintenance into opportunities for connection and mutual support that strengthened family relationships while ensuring that practical necessities were addressed through collaborative effort rather than individual struggle. Her relationship with Tanjiro exemplified sibling bond that had evolved beyond simple blood connection into partnership based on mutual respect and complementary capabilities, their coordination reflecting years of shared experience that had taught them to anticipate each other's needs while providing support that enhanced individual effectiveness rather than creating dependence that might have limited personal growth or autonomous decision-making. That healthy development required for preparation to eventually assume adult responsibilities within broader community context. The younger children who completed family constellation each contributed unique personality and perspective that enriched household dynamics while requiring different approaches to guidance and nurturing that reflected individual temperaments and developmental needs. Hanako's fierce independence creating interesting contrast to Shigeru's curiosity about everything around him, while Takeo's adolescent resistance to authority provided healthy challenge to established routines that prevented family life from becoming too rigid or predictable to accommodate changing circumstances and evolving individual requirements. Hanako's determination to prove herself capable of handling adult responsibilities sometimes led to attempts that exceeded her current abilities, creating opportunities for gentle instruction that preserved her confidence while ensuring safety through appropriate supervision and gradual expansion of privileges that matched demonstrated competence rather than arbitrary age-based restrictions that might have frustrated natural desire for increased independence and meaningful contribution to family welfare through productive activity that made her feel valued and important. Shigeru's endless questions about natural phenomena and human behavior reflected intellectual curiosity that deserved encouragement, despite time and patience required for providing explanations that satisfied his need for understanding while building foundation of knowledge that would serve him throughout life. Regardless of specific career path he eventually chose to pursue, his eagerness to learn making educational opportunities available through normal daily activities that could be transformed into lessons about everything from weather patterns to social relationships. Teiko's occasional challenges to family rules and expectations represented normal adolescent development that required careful navigation between appropriate flexibility and necessary consistency. His growing sense of individual identity, creating temporary tensions that could be resolved through patient discussion and demonstration of respect for his perspective, while maintaining standards that protected family harmony and individual welfare through reasonable boundaries that acknowledged his increasing maturity while recognizing continued need for guidance and support. Little Rokota embodied pure joy in human form, his laughter serving as soundtrack for family life that reminded everyone of what they were working to preserve and protect through daily efforts and long-term planning. His complete trust in older family members, creating both privilege and responsibility that motivated continued dedication to maintaining an environment where innocence could flourish, while practical education prepared him gradually for eventual independence that seemed impossibly distant given his current size and developmental stage. The morning routine that governed their household proceeded according to schedule that balanced individual needs with collective requirements. Tanjiro's leadership evident in organization that ensured everyone's contributions were valued while necessary tasks were completed efficiently through cooperation that made work feel like play when shared among people who genuinely enjoyed each other's company and found satisfaction in collaborative achievement of common objectives that benefited entire family. Breakfast preparation involved everyone old enough to help safely, their coordination reflecting practiced efficiency that had been developed through months of gradual skill building and increasing responsibility that matched demonstrated competence with appropriate challenges. The kitchen becoming stage for performance of domestic harmony that required no audience beyond family members, whose appreciation for each other's efforts created atmosphere of mutual encouragement and shared pride in collective accomplishment. The conversations that flowed naturally during meal preparation revealed depth of affection and understanding that connected family members despite differences in age and personality. Their ability to communicate complex emotions through simple exchanges, demonstrating how completely they had learned to appreciate individual perspectives while maintaining unity of purpose that enabled effective collaboration and emotional support during both routine activities and unexpected challenges that required flexible adaptation to changing circumstances. The planning that occurred during breakfast covered practical concerns about daily activities and resource management, alongside broader discussions of hopes and dreams that gave meaning to immediate tasks while providing framework for long-term decision-making that considered individual aspirations within context of family welfare and community responsibility, their conversations revealing wisdom that had been accumulated through generations of mountain living, that emphasized sustainable practices and mutual support. The weather assessment that preceded Tanjiro's departure for market involved careful evaluation of conditions that could affect travel safety and commercial success, his enhanced senses providing information about atmospheric pressure and wind patterns that supplemented visual observation and conventional weather prediction methods, enabling informed decisions about timing and route selection that maximized opportunities while minimizing risks associated with mountain travel during winter conditions. The charcoal that filled his cart represented weeks of careful work that had transformed raw wood into valuable fuel through processes that required understanding of fire science and material properties, each piece reflecting attention to quality that had built reputation for Kamado products that enabled premium pricing despite competition from other producers whose methods might have emphasized quantity over excellence, their success demonstrating how dedication to craftsmanship could create sustainable competitive advantage. The market relationships that Tanjiro had cultivated through honest dealing and consistent quality provided foundation for economic stability that supported family welfare while creating social connections that extended beyond simple commercial transactions to encompass genuine friendships based on mutual respect and shared values that made business activities pleasant rather than purely transactional encounters, focused exclusively on profit maximization without consideration for human relationships. The departure that morning proceeded according to familiar ritual that included expressions of affection and concern that demonstrated how completely family members cherished each other despite taking continued presence for granted in a way that characterized secure relationships where love was assumed rather than constantly questioned or explicitly demonstrated through dramatic gestures that might have seemed artificial compared to quiet consistency of daily care and attention. The instructions that Tanjiro received before leaving covered practical matters about purchases and timing, alongside reminders about safety that reflected family awareness of risks associated with mountain travel, while acknowledging his competence and judgment that had been proven through previous successful trips, their confidence in his abilities balanced by natural concern that motivated careful planning and clear communication about expectations and contingencies. The farewell embraces that marked his departure carried special poignancy that none of them could have consciously recognized at the time, each expression of love becoming final gift that would survive in memory long after physical presence was no longer possible. Their natural affection, creating reservoir of positive emotion that would sustain surviving family member through trials that none of them could have anticipated during moment that felt routine rather than historically significant. The path that led down mountain toward town had been traveled so many times that navigation required no conscious attention, enabling Tanjiro to focus on sensory appreciation of natural beauty and atmospheric conditions, while his body automatically adjusted to changing terrain and weather conditions, his enhanced perception revealing details about wildlife activity and environmental changes that made routine journey feel like exploration of familiar territory that continued revealing new aspects of its character and seasonal transformation. The town that served as destination for his marketing activities represented connection to broader human community that provided both economic opportunities and social stimulation that supplemented family relationships with exposure to different perspectives and cultural experiences, commercial activities, creating bridge between isolated mountain existence and mainstream society that enabled family to maintain some degree of integration with regional development while preserving traditional values and lifestyle preferences. The customers who welcomed his arrival had learned to appreciate quality of Kamado charcoal alongside reliability and pleasant demeanor that made business transactions enjoyable social encounters rather than purely commercial exchanges, focused exclusively on price negotiation and delivery, logistics, their personal relationships creating loyalty that transcended simple product comparison while providing market stability that supported long-term planning and investment in quality maintenance. The success that characterized his trading activities that day reflected combination of product excellence and customer service that had been developed through years of attention to detail and commitment to maintaining reputation that enabled premium pricing despite competitive market conditions. His sales performance providing financial foundation that would support family welfare while creating optimism about future prospects that seemed secure despite general economic uncertainty. The social interactions that accompanied commercial activities provided opportunity for gathering information about regional conditions and cultural developments that might affect family planning, while maintaining relationships that could provide support during emergencies or difficulties that mountain isolation made more dangerous when faced without external assistance. These connections creating informal security network that supplemented family self-reliance with community resources. The afternoon that passed while completing business activities included visits with regular customers who had become friends, as well as exploration of market opportunities that might improve family economic position through expanded product lines or new distribution arrangements. His entrepreneurial thinking, reflecting natural intelligence and practical education that prepared him for adult responsibilities, while maintaining focus on family welfare rather than individual advancement or personal recognition. The decision to accept Saburo's hospitality for the night reflected practical wisdom about mountain travel safety combined with social courtesy that honored relationships with community members whose friendship provided both practical benefits and personal satisfaction. His willingness to delay homecoming, demonstrating maturity that balanced family loyalty with prudent risk management and appropriate recognition of obligations to people outside immediate household who had shown kindness and support. The evening that he spent as guest in Saburo's home included conversations about local folklore and regional history that provided educational value alongside entertainment. Old man stories connecting present circumstances to cultural traditions that had shaped community identity, while preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost through modernization, that emphasized contemporary relevance over historical continuity and traditional wisdom that had enabled previous generations to navigate similar challenges successfully. The warnings about demons that Saburo shared during their evening together reflected cultural beliefs that Tanjiro had been raised to respect without necessarily accepting as literal truth, folklore serving important social functions, even when underlying supernatural elements seemed impossible to verify through direct experience or rational analysis. Traditional stories providing framework for understanding relationship between human vulnerability and natural forces that required appropriate caution and preparation. The night that passed peacefully in Saburo's dwelling provided final opportunity for normal human interaction before everything changed forever. Their conversation representing last connection to world where supernatural threats remained theoretical rather than immediate dangers that would soon transform understanding of reality, while making folklore seem inadequate for addressing literal truth about forces that operated according to principles that rational thought could not adequately explain or predict. The morning departure that concluded his visit included renewed warnings about nighttime travel that carried more urgency than previous cautions had suggested. Old Man's concern reflecting intuition about atmospheric conditions or environmental factors that his experience had taught him to recognize as indicators of unusual danger, even when specific threats could not be identified or explained through conventional understanding of natural phenomena that govern normal seasonal patterns. The journey home that began with optimistic anticipation of family reunion proceeded through landscape that seemed subtly different from previous travels along same route, atmospheric conditions creating sense of unease that his enhanced senses detected without being able to identify specific sources of concern that might have justified feeling of apprehension that gradually intensified as he approached familiar territory that should have felt completely safe and welcoming. The scent that first alerted him to disaster carried information that his mind initially rejected as impossible interpretation of sensory data that challenged every assumption about family safety and home security. Metallic odor of blood mixing with absence of normal household aromas, creating olfactory evidence that something fundamental had changed during his absence, while hope demanded denial of conclusions that logic was forced to acknowledge, despite emotional resistance to accepting truth that would destroy everything meaningful about his existence. The approach to his family home required courage that exceeded anything previous experience had demanded, while his senses continued providing information that painted increasingly horrific picture of what awaited discovery. Each step forward, becoming conscious choice to continue toward truth that would end forever, the innocent happiness that had characterized his entire life up to this moment of approaching revelation that would transform him from protected family member into sole survivor of tragedy that exceeded imagination. The scene that greeted his horrified gaze surpassed every nightmare that human consciousness could have conjured during peaceful sleep. Snow that should have remained pristine white, now stained with crimson evidence of violence that had claimed family members whose laughter had filled these grounds just 24 hours earlier, their beloved forms lying motionless in positions that told story of desperate final moments when protection and love had proven inadequate against evil that operated beyond human understanding or resistance. The discovery of Nezuko's faint breathing beneath what appeared to be lifeless form created spark of hope that challenged despair, while providing focus for action that might enable some degree of rescue from complete catastrophe. Her survival representing miracle that demanded immediate response despite overwhelming grief and shock that threatened to paralyze rational thought and effective action necessary for addressing medical emergency that might still be treatable if proper care could be provided quickly enough. And so the Kamado family's final day teaches us that happiness is most precious when it is most fragile, that love burns brightest just before darkness falls, and that sometimes the greatest tragedies begin not with evil triumphant, but with good people living ordinary lives filled with extraordinary devotion, creating bonds so strong that not even death can sever them completely, leaving echoes of laughter that will resonate through legend long after the last breath has been drawn and the final tear has fallen upon snow that remembers everything while forgiving nothing. And so we see that every demon slayer's blade was forged in the fires of personal loss, every breathing technique born from gasps of grief, every mission undertaken in memory of those who could no longer be protected. From Mitsuri's gentle strength to Tanjiro's unwavering compassion, from Akaza's eternal regret to Shinobu's hidden pain, each story teaches us that suffering, while inevitable, need not define use. Instead, it can transform us into guardians for others, lights in the darkness for those who still struggle, These tragic souls learned that the greatest strength comes not from avoiding pain, but from choosing love despite it, from protecting others even when we ourselves are broken. As you drift toward dreams, gentle listener, remember that like the cherry blossoms that bloom most beautifully after winter's harshest cold, the human spirit grows strongest in adversity. Let these stories carry you to peaceful rest, knowing that even in the deepest sorrow, hope remains eternal, and tomorrow's dawn always comes.